Okay, I'm feeling brave. And by brave, I mean scared. But we're gonna play through anyway. And it's gonna be fine. And nothing bad is going to happen to any of our favorite characters. New jacket! Yeah, I wasn't vibing with the blue. I went through and I made a couple of little touch-ups to my avatar today. So I fixed up the little transformations like I've been talking about. And I also added a new one, which is sort of a surprise. You can see it under channel points redeems, but I haven't said what it is, and I'm not planning to. Strawberry, hey! How are you? Thank you for coming to hang out. So what you're saying is I should redeem it? I don't know. Before it gets too feelsy, I think you can redeem it whenever you want. I don't want to hype it up too much because I don't know if other people will find it as fun as I find it, but I think it's really fun. Okay, we stopped right before the trial. So I guess let's just dive right into the trial. I'm glad you're good, Strawberry. Oh, I need to make my box smaller. Sorry, I was playing around with a bunch of stuff. Got bigger. Make it all the way down there. Lawyer time! Let's hope we win. We have to win because it's Gina and we love her. If we don't win, I'll cry. Oh man, okay, first line of dialogue's already rough. Here we go. When I awoke the following morning, Susato's sun was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Ominous. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There we go. Good morning, Gina. Well, Ayo, free hand holding. Yeah, my hand is so free for holding right now. Please come hold it. I want to hold Gina's hand. She is so baby. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Are you winning? No. I would love to be winning. Unfortunately, our rock has left to go back to Japan. Sherlock was in hospital. Gina is accused of murder. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna win. We'll prove that she's innocent. It's gonna be fine. You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. I don't know. Mrs. Sato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. We love it here. Smad, smad, smad. You alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. Cheeky! Hi, thank you. Cotton support stream. It's not as though Mrs. Sato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Who have we got? Is it Sholmes? Good morning, you two. No, it's Iris. Okay, that makes more sense. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Waka hi. Beloved! Okay, we've got a cat. Everything's better. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Iris, come hold our hand, please. She will. She is so... Iris, go get that cat. Maggie! Great way to show your support, kitty. A little meow meow. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Uh-oh. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Dina is the incarnation of my British accent. I wish you were here to do your awful British accent for her, Will. It's all written out, but the closer I try to follow the, like, written pronunciation accent, I feel like the worse my British accent gets. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Surprise, surprise, it's raining in London. For real, receiving a weather report is such a thank God. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. This is what I was scared of. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse blunder. See? How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes. Oh! Will Catgirl? Yes, sir. Hee. Like, yeah? You know, like, yeah? Hang on, let me make it big. Ah! There we go. I added little fangs! Ah, rah, 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 rah. Hee. Wide Celeste. Fangy! Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Okay, today's paper has been entered into the court record. Good luck then, Reno. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. Who's gonna hold our hand? Yay! The thing's completed, that looks so cute. I'm glad you guys like the little teeth. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well? I don't know the law like Susie does, proceeds to pull out a rocket launcher. Damn right you don't, Iris. She's 10 and she is so cute, so I think she can get away with anything she wants. I was wondering is all, about Shams. Did they fix him up alright? Good morning! How you doing today? I love having an emotional support bazooka pointed at me. Yeah, don't we all? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Pearly still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Suzaru-san and no Mr. Shams. It's all down to me today. Proof that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. Good. It's time then. Yes. Let's go, Gina. Iris. Okay, before we go in, let's have another look at the court record. Doing good, gonna listen to this for a bit while I work. How's it going? It's starting. We will see how it's going shortly. I'm nervous. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Herlock needs to just barge into the courtroom out of nowhere. Let me be clear, I don't know anything, I haven't seen any spoilers. I have a very strong suspicion that he will show up at, like, the most crucial moment, you know? Okay, we've got our armband. We've got the pawnbroker's ticket. Which is part of the stereoscope. So we know this was the 13th of February was when it was deposited, and then the 13th of April was the deadline for it. A little representation papers that say that we can represent Gina. I'm simply spitballing, so if I say words that just happen, I am sorry. It's not spoilers if you don't know. Okay, and then this one from the 15th of February, which was the date of the McGilded crime. The other part of the stereoscopic image, and this was for his overcoat, which Gina has. And we've got our blood samples portfolio so that we know that there was green blood on the calendar. Is Will still here? Will, I'm so sorry, this is about to scare your colorblind ass off to death. But we sprayed the blood, and it went from red to green. And then we know that there was purple blood on... The purple blood was the Mason's blood. We found blue blood is Windibank's blood. Okay. Yeah, so it's just the green that's unknown. And it's probably Herlock, unless there was someone else there that we don't know about yet. We've got the story manuscript for Hound of the Baskervilles. That was found in Windibank's pawnbroker. We found more blood, yeah! Sorry, oh my god, I forgot to give you a recap. Not much else happened, but we found a little bit more blood, and it was a much... We sprayed Gina with the blood detection stuff while she was wearing the coat, and the coat just lit up purple. So we were able to deduce that purple is the colour of the Mason's blood, the victim from the McGilded case. Okay, we've got a recap of the McGilded case from Suzaru. So we know that the victim was found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. This was Mason Milverton, known as the thrice-fired Mason, who was a brickmaker from the East End of London. The defendant was Magnus McGilded. We were able to acquit him, but we basically proved that he did it after the fact. And then we've got our newspaper from... This is the one that Iris just gave us, isn't it? Let's have a look at this. I thought his full name was Thrice-Fired Mason. I guess that's just his nickname. I did think his surname was Mason. I assumed it was like someone Thrice-Fired Mason. Not Mason Milverton, oh my god. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? Ow. Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Okay, and on the back here? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's quite the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Oh yeah, there's that whole thing going on with the, everyone's much more important case. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Alright, details updated, which means that that is actually genuinely all tied in. Oof. Okay, that's it for our evidence, and then in people, we know all these guys. We got Susato who's gone, we got Sholmes who's in hospital, we got Iris who was holding her hand, we've got the victim, we've got the defendant, we've got whoever the fuck this is. We have Gregsy, and we have Lord Strongheart, who I'm scared of. Lead the way, Bruno! Alright, last minute prep complete, let's go to court. Egbert Benedict, that's the one. I believe it's actually Eggert, which is worse. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. Redeem for a surprise! Pog, 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 pog. Wait, let me make my little avatar big for this. Give me 1 second. Go here. Ta-da! Surprise! Whip this up before the stream, I think it's really cute. Cosplay! Look! I'm glad you guys like it. It was actually so fun to make. That's not Celeste, it's how- yeah, who's Celeste? I don't know that person. Hee hee. Perfect attire. If he's not gonna be with us in person, I'll be him. So that's why the jacket is brown? Hehehe. To be fair, I just wasn't vibing with the blue, and I actually own a brown jacket. But yeah, it made it very easy to adapt. Now you gotta be a baby bitch man? But well, I'm always a baby bitch man. Haircut? Alright, okay, alright. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Kazuma. If I learn anything from my great friend, it's that. Peach Duck Sholmes. 17th April, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Hair means Mr. in German? Yeah, everyone keeps mishearing Herlock's name and calling him Hairlock. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial should determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The music for the trials is always so grand, spooky. Honestly. What was it? It was really breathy, wasn't it? The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord? Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? Basically just sound dead and posh? Yeah, like a vampire. It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past? You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. I see you are cosplaying your husband. Hi, Brady! I am. Special occasion. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. Hey, Giraffe! Oh my god, are you Sean's now? Yeah, I went through and redid my avatar a little bit. So I set up a couple of new redeems. There's a mudkip in here as well. But this was one of them. I should change the name now that we know what it is. But I'll manage that after the stream. It's 10 out of 10. I'm glad you like it. It was really fun to put together. It was also very easy, which was poggers. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Council. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the far east, the Nipponese. Bro, please tone down the racism, I am begging you. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That horrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors. The 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Wow, we are so returning characters for the jury, huh? He's got a mouse! Okay, who do we know here? We know Mr. Garadeb was his name. The maid was part of the McGilded case, right? And so was the older lady? We've seen her before too, right? And I realized last case that one of the jurors was one of the witnesses from the McGilded case, but I didn't have like a reason to remark on it. Okay. Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. That's not possible. Or could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. The mouse is looking too! Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Just a little friend. What the fuck? That was so cute. I want to hold a mouse. Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... It feels like there's only 12 people in Britain. I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. I was gonna say, the Russian is familiar too, right? And... What is... Is the doctor the hard of hearing guy or just another old man? Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? The doctor was the dude in the green coat that fell over, right? That's what I'm thinking. Why is it all the same? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Judge Sir. This is weird though, right? Like, this is suspicious. Why? What's going on here? Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. This is not okay. Something is wacky. Yeah. I love how the judge looks like Santa. Actually, experiencing this judge after the main trilogy judge is so funny because he's so like competent and stern and judgely. And in like main Ace Attorney games, the judge is like, oh, I think they might be guilty. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Pop got popped! Oh my god, they call him Pop because they call it popping when you put the thing in the pawn room. It all comes together. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Took the windy in his bang? I wonder, does the Reaper fabricate the cases to lean in his favour, perhaps? Well, that's what I thought initially when we first met him, right? But I think he's a little more moral than he seems. I don't think he's quite... He's definitely intense, and I don't think I agree with him, but I think he does have quite a strict moral code. I mean, the reason that he's prosecuting this case, I mean, yes, because he's decided that he has a personal grudge against Ryu for apparently racist reasons, but I think also because he knows that Gina lied, and he wants to punish her for that. That would be what I suspect, anyway. Because it doesn't seem like he wins every case. He just ensures that the other party, the party that he's certain is guilty, is punished, whether that be through jail or some misfortune after the fact. I don't think he would fabricate evidence. Certainly obscure it if it's not working for his side, like he wouldn't volunteer something that will hurt his case. But I don't quite see him being that outright immoral. Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report has been entered into the court record, and the crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Alright, let me look at this. Yeah, okay, hold on. We'll look at the plan in a second. Let me look at these first. Okay, autopsy report. So, coroner was Dr. Stevens. I don't know if that's relevant. The details of the victim: Pop Winterbank, male, pawnbroker on Baker Street, died between 1 and 1:30 a.m. And we know that for sure that he died after midnight because he had turned the page of the calendar over. And he does that at midnight every night on the dot, so that time of death seems pretty correct. Now, I was the reporting party. There was a single bullet wound in upper half of the victim's back and no other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a postero-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. He's been pretty receptive to truths as long as they're irrefutable. Yeah, like he seems like such a dick, but I feel like he is just interested in getting to the bottom of the case. Okay. Okay, I can't look closer, I can just magnifying glass my way around. What have we got? There's some blood, there's the bullet wound. He hasn't carved any words into the floor or anything. I feel like I have to look really, really, really closely at every piece of evidence now because I keep missing things. That's not fun! We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She is one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt was because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. This is so justice for all. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Manzeeks. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. Winterbank's revolver has been entered into the court record. Let's have a look at these as well. Okay. That makes sense. And then we have the gun. Anything of note here? This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winterbank always used to keep this gun on hand at his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right. To keep all the pawned articles that were in his car safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. He protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. The cloak come off. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th April this year. Oh shit, he's cloakless now! It's serious! Oh my- Oh! 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 I've seen these little guys around before! I didn't realize they were from an Ace Attorney game, let alone this Ace Attorney game. I don't know anything about them, I've just seen their designs before. That's so fun. So please share those fish and chips, I'm hungry. Get some food. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Huh? Huh? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. They adopted him as their brother? I was waiting to see if Gregson was gonna be like, what the fuck? Or like, yes, these are my estranged brothers. I like to pretend they don't exist. Which one was Nash? Shit, hang on. Are they in the people record yet? Yeah, okay. Nash is the pear and Ringo is the little apple. Oh, right, okay. Nashy pears, Ringo apples. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips. He doesn't run out of chips. Well then. Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to! Because a Skulkin's never Skulkin. Get out of it. Get the ass, Gregson. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in it was. But once we got inside, cor blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. This is so good. That is such a mood. The dynamic between these 3 witnesses, I am hogging hard. This is so fun. Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Okay, I'm glad we get to play it back because I was not paying enough attention the first time. I was too delighted by the dynamic. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Alright, what have we got here? Walking down Baker Street and the door was ajar. Sounds like a lie. Some kind of sign begging for them to go in. Okay, whatever. Once they got inside, they heard a gunshot from the back room. A lie. Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. I suspect that might also be a lie, but I don't know how to disprove it right now. We never done nothing, we never took nothing, we just left after that nice and quiet. Okay, I want to go back and press on the very first statement. Hold it! I want to get some concrete details out of them so I can tear them to shreds. The front door at Winterbanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? Place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. If the back door is always locked, how could Gina have gotten in there in the first place? My little brain is hurting. We'll make it make sense eventually. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? You know that's a lie. I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. Objection! That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. Begging for them to go in. Alright, let's press on the next one. We'll come back to that if we don't get any more info. This one in particular, I think, is nonsense. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Yup, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun laying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court. The firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. Let's see what was what. The door was locked from the inside. Was it? Really? 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 Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. Right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose. You'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Hold it! You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. Huh? So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe. Eh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say? Ah! Get they fucking ass for you. Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway! It was. By the bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. There was a rumour he'd been rushed to hospital. Great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. Posture check! I am actually sitting like a human being who is not going to ruin my back. Everybody unshrimp. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Everyone in chat has good posture! I am so proud of us all. We are pogging. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Counsel. This court will hold this weapon as evidence. I am sitting like a gremlin. Your back! You have to take care of your back! Okay, gun added to court record. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. Prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there!
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Winterbanks that night. That should be the calendar, right? And the blood samples portfolio. Court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Can I open this to present a specific thing? No, I just have to present the whole thing. Okay.
Take that!
The bullet is still in the shoulder? Shut up, shut up. The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analysed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? That would be this one, correct? The other gunshot we know is lodged in pot, so it's—
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar had been set for the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! Oh my god, he has to stand on a crate! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Benzeeks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes. On the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. He made a deal with them. That's interesting. So you're the one wasting your own wine, my dude? Bro, get some fucking help. How much money does he have that he can just be throwing this shit around? Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. Perfectly good wine and he throws it into a fire. Shouldn't there be— How? I mean, wine is alcohol, right? And alcohol is flammable. Shouldn't there be a huge fireball every time he does that? So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. To be fair, I don't think these guys did it anyway, right? Like, I don't think we've... Who are our people? What people have we got? It could have been Eggert. Possibly. It also... This sounds like such a stretch, right? But I'm not rolling out Strongheart yet. I have suspicions. I have trauma from the original Ink to Dirty game. Then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. We're just checking boxes at this point, exactly. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. I think they might have seen something. So that's it. Why does the Chief Justice give you trauma? I don't know, play the original games. Nah, it's not necessarily the Chief Justice-ness of it, just as much as it is. Ace Attorney games don't like authority. They are very fond of, authority comes with corruption. So I see Strongheart, and he's kind of, like, I don't know, he seemed normal so far, but I've got my eye on him. I don't think he would get his hands dirty though. I don't think he's actually the killer. I just think that we might end up taking him down along the way. Perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. ACAB. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah, let's all take a moment to consider Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with his eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Finally, the cameras! Cool. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. I may refer the court to the plan of the premises. Their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of prior talk, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves a skulkin. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Eh? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Oh, fucking Christ. Good lord, it's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. Shit! As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. I was not expecting that. Me neither! I am still certain that she did not do it. Like, no fucking question in my mind, absolute faith in Gina. But wow! Wow, this looks bad. Wow, this looks fucking horrible. Okay. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. What? One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. Gina, what were you doing? Oh man. Oh man. Oh. Court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Okay, photograph has been entered into the court record. Oh. I don't believe it! Ginny! In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Winterbank. What the hell? Pull it back there! Hang on. Hang on a fucking second. Alright, what have we got here? We've got the redemption ticket. I'm trying to remember which one this one has on it. It's not the coat, is it? It's the other one. I don't know if there's much else we can ascertain from this right now, but I'm hoping we'll be presented with more photographs that we can compare, please spot the difference, but if not, we'll come back to this. Oh! I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. No. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us in the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and? What exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see? Battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all, and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Everybody hold my hand! Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a status report for the court, men. On the double. Lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Ah. Okay, bad start. We will exercise our right to change their fucking minds, and we will do our absolute best, and we will pull it back. We will pull it back. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, that's a real heavy start. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Abso-bally-lutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Jurors' contentions. Is the guy with the stereoscope the posh little lordling who had the knife before? He's not, is he? That's just a different dude. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketier. Sure. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. New guy. Yeah, you're right, his cheeks are so puffier. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. I have left him there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now. You didn't... You're not... You're not a doctor who operated on Sholmes, are you? I'll get your ass. If you put something in here, I swear to God. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we never say judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. Circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. Bullet was left in the bullet was left in the Sholmes. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. I'll use cameras that was supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt. Wait, no, you already read this. Okay. Evidence points the guilt. Okay. He doesn't give a specific reason. She doesn't give a specific reason. He doesn't give a specific reason. Well, the photo, I guess. He's talking about God knows what. She doesn't give a specific reason. And he doesn't give a specific reason. Okay, okay. Well, let's just start at the start and start pressing. Eventually, things will make sense.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garada, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. For you, this sounds like, you're trying to do crime right now. Can't be denied, I suppose. Curse of the Garradeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Just a little crime? As a treat! Well, he is so cute, I suppose it's okay. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yeah, that's right, she killed someone. No, she didn't. They survived. She nearly killed someone. Yes, can't be denied. You did rather do a lot, but not for us, that's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2. Ugh! Okay. Now, we've met her before, too. Let's learn more about what her reasoning is. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpockets and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those backslums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Harlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Ranced magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? Mr. Sholmes, a maid? Sorry? Sorry? Mr. Sholmes, a maid? I'm listening. I'm listening very intently. It's really quite unforgivable. Keys! So glad you're here for Sholmes' maid. What a delightful line. Little scum have the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Hog? Oh, my little avatar outfit! I'm glad you like it! Sorry, every time someone comes in new, I have to make it big. Little guy syndrome. How big can I get away with making this? I want to like center it. Sorry, I'm just fiddling now. Zoom. Anyway, where are we? She's demanding her statement. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Okay, so nothing about the actual trial. Great. You're temporarily Sholmes now. Someone's gotta be him. I miss him so much. Please come out of hospital soon. Okay. I wanna know, speaking of Sholmes in hospital, what the fuck is going on with this guy?
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and mankind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing. Went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. No. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Well, I wouldn't... If this was just some random... it was left in the shoulder, shut up. If this was just some, like, random whatever, I'd be like, haha, this doctor left a scalpel in someone. That's fucked up. You know who was in hospital yesterday in surgery with an abdomen wound? Herlock! Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? Oh, of course I could. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Okay. Can't spell manslaughter without laughter. Ah! Okay, she also not a reason, but has this guy even been listening? Like, he's so... Sorry, I don't mean listening, I mean... He kept consulting that little book of phrases. Does he understand? Hydrate! Yes, sir. Let me drink some water real quick. Who knows what this man gets up to if he forgets what he sews up. Ah! Little mousey.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Violin Bolshevik? The Russian revolutionary that Sholmes mistook us for. Revolutionary? Da. I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like Wish's criminal. Stretch! Yes, sir. Let me stretch. Stretch out my little back. Stretch, hang on. Stretch out my little me. We are stretching. Your words, not mine. I just need to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. Looking? Looking? And which glove fits? Long peach. That's me. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. The little mouse looking through the book is so cute. Slide cut. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Nah. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. Skulking brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Reno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes! It's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting amongst them, who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Can we just discredit them all for being repeats? Like, what is going on here? Okay. He believes all the evidence points at her. She's just talking about the brothers. What the fuck is this guy on about? I'll come back and press him in a minute. This guy is in his own little world. She is also, I guess, evidence-based. Can I put 6 and 2 against each other? I guess it doesn't have to be a contradiction, they can just be like a connection, right? And the connection is the brothers, and they are contradicting each other. Maybe you put the maid and the Russian against each other, considering they have similar but opposing views. Hog, we are on the same page. Alright, let's go. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory. C-O-N. I was typing that out literally as you were saying that. We are mentally connected right now. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shams in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Abdomen. A-B-D. Was the mouse following as he turned the pages? Yeah, look at it go! He has a mouse! You walking around showing leg. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me. I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean. You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we never done nothing, but the truth is, they shot detective. Yeah, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Please do not grip your mouse like that, sir. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. Please, sir, your mouse! It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Reno. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. Ace Attorney really looks at a one brain cell single man and go, is anyone gonna give that a daughter? And then not wait for an answer. For real though. They are so good at it. And then they're like, and what if the one brain cell single man is a mess? And what if the daughter is brilliant and she is his light in this world? And then I cry. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Do we have access to both prints now? No, okay. Gooey! Mr. Prosecutor! Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, Salkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I don't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Hog? Yay! Well done, Bruno! The balance is shifting. Juror number 2? As well, maybe, please? Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what the jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favour still. Okay, not juror number 2. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Who is the defendant in this case? The defendant is Gina Lestrade. Who is, you know, kind of, she's kind of angsty, so she hasn't shown up yet in court. But she is beloved. I adore her. You will notice that lovely Gina here is the girl in this photo pointing the gun at the victim. So, a little bit nervous about that. But she's a total sweetheart, right? She was only in there in the first place because she wanted to prove a point to Iris because she's made quite good friends with Iris. She's Cockney too! I love her. She's so cute. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand back new photographic prints of the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Okay, post-shooting photographs have been entered into the court record. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Is there really no difference in the photos? Okay, that looks pretty solid to me for now. Okay.
Hold it!
What? Sorry, radio transmission. What do you mean? Can we do anything like stereoscopically with them perhaps? That would be neat. Right now I can't like put them both on my screen to look at them at the same time, but maybe later. That's a Pogger's idea, Josh. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Is this wrapped up in the intercepted international messages? Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. Hehe. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. I wonder if the Morse is anything. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. Can you add that to your statement so I can pit you against number 3, please? I can't understand. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me!
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness. Are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. I mean, she's got a point. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. Pog, 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 pog. What? Josh is on it. Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Abso-fucking-lutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. I presented this one, right? So it's this one now.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the thing three-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see! Ah! I think the young girl has discovered the secret! I have! Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Harley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Thank you. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see. If by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? I did not. I'm not very good at it. My eyes will not focus. I can make the images overlap, but they're blurry. You say the door? I believe you. That hurts so much to look at. You know what? I'm gonna double check. I did not see it. I'm just not very good at this. That's the trouble. Oh, don't worry. I have just the thing. I saw something weird and golden. Interesting. I happen to bring with me a portable stereoscope. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you had that contraption with you from the outset, you could have saved me staring at Mr. Winterbank and Gina like I hate them all that time. And if you remember, I said in reply, but it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now? Here goes. Now, let's see what we've got. Hey, look at that! What's going on with these two pictures? One of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Yes! That's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the juice do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. Pansy, cross your eyes like a real man. He's too cool for that. Lame. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems like the objects on the counter haven't moved at all, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Oh yeah, and now that you know to look for it, you can see it. If you look at the frame of the dog photo and the note next to it, you can see that it's further apart on the right side. Isn't that interesting? Why has it all been moved to the right? Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. Why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 11 a.m. At 1 a.m., sorry. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. The position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Lucas! Someone tampered? Oh, oops, it's 2:30 a.m. Good night! Good luck with the case. Thank you so much! I hope you have a really good sleep and sweet dreams. Thank you for hanging out. I hope the case goes well. New information! Stop! Not mentioned in testimony so far! Stop! Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting that you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who was responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Can I? Okay. Who was there? Shoms was there, but not... No, Shoms wasn't there yet. Gina was there. The victim was there. And these two were there. It definitely could have been Pop or Gina, but I don't have like a solid reason why. So I think it was probably one of these two. I don't know if it matters which one. Let's just go with Nash.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused is a pick-purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick-purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she is a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Hog! Discredit the witnesses. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. That's 3. Yay! Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favour. 2 liens are guilty, 4 liens are not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Reno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Cool, okay. Lord Van Zieks. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I found myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. First trial portion complete, Pog! Ooh! Okay, that was rough, but we turned it around! We are pogging. Time to stretch, drink some water, and then we will continue. Problematic Fave Van Zieks. For real. I wonder if I take this opportunity to run upstairs and get a snack. Nah, I think I can wait another 2 hours, and then there'll be another break. I need to go and make myself a Milo or something after that. Hi, Mr. Nobody! Good afternoon. How you doing? Welcome. Oh, and thank you, Keys, for the posture check. I am sitting up straight. I was shrimping before. I'm good, and you? I'm doing really well. We are winning, ever so slightly. Alright. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Oh, blimey! This is going to be hard work. All voices? We are doing our very best. I am not someone who has any kind of voice acting experience, even, you know, like some people just do it for fun. Yeah. I'm doing my absolute best. I'm sorry if they're a little janky, but it's better to have voices than for it to be silent, I think. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks. As voice changer? I mean, for real, right? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Poor, blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Why do they act like they got shot? They're just dramatic little guys. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach! testimony 2. The whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't half give me a fright. We were thinking the shoot'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered. Straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Why do they look like a typical drunk anime person? They're flustered. They've been caught lying in court. They can add that to their list of crimes. That's like crime number 6. Ugh. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash. We don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Just throw him in jail for lying in court? Well, if we do that, we won't find out what happened to you. Okay, so they knocked a few things over but weren't rifling. Then they heard the gunshot, which implies that that was inside.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. Who will you play as? We play as Ryunosuke. Alright, there. Let's see our little people. Oh, he's not in here, is he? Sorry, I'm used to Phoenix being in here. We play as Ryunosuke, who is the very cute one in the black clothes. I'm the defense attorney. Our client is Gina Lestrade. Things are looking pretty bad, but she definitely didn't do it. We know that much. And this is the victim, Pop Windibank. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. Yeah, beer. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Your granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, he was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! Gregson?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? Doggy's armband! Ah! And his sword. As you know, you brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a little bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Hopefully if Mario and Luigi are thieves. I feel like it's a little more like Wario and Waluigi. Oh, give me 1 second. My little dog is fussing. I will be right back. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. Easy, easy. We got it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, they heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Whose voice was it?
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, you heard a kind of waver in voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. This is peculiar. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. Hey Brady. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice? Eh? So that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Ryunosuke dunking on Phoenix from 100 years in the past. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to unite when that bloke and all the fancy clobbers given us the evil eye? I like that Van Zieks gets equally frustrated with lies when they work for him. They dope themselves in, for real! If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot. Van Zieks, why are you so pretty? I'm so mad. For real! Who gave him the right? Reaper of the Bailey, more like Reaper of my heart. Causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Sorry. This feels like a really weird thing to present here. Because it certainly doesn't work in our favor. But once again, they appear to be lying. Where's the evidence? I just want to get them thrown out of court, you know? Which photo was it? This one? Yeah.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, The victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun? Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture? Yes, Nash, yes. No question. And yet, the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Yes. It's important to be candid so that we can discover the truth. Ah. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. I love his over-the-top objection font. He's so fancy. I feel like Ryu should be in, like, Comic Sans or something equally soft. True right, Nash, true right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. Comic Sans? He just feels like a soft, rounded, funny little character. Comic Sans. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Okay. I really thought I was onto something there. I thought they'd get discredited for lying further, but I guess not. Skulkin's never sulkin'! Skulkin'! Jesus. Let's try pressing it instead. You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a side A. The two of them waving the guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull up the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Gimme that gun!" And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Gimme that gun! Kind of thing. Yes. A career in acting very tragically. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Or everything went dead quiet. After that, we done slapdash job tidying the place up. Yeah, okay, that's when we met.
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Eh? What? Well, because it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. Is this Detective Celeste or Explorer Celeste? This is the greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes Celeste. Where is he? People. Ta-da! We match! Beloved. Yeah. Great detective. You know, he's not the most Why don't you have VIP alpha? Hang on. There we go. Yeah, beloved. But yeah, wait, that makes no sense if the owner also had a gun. Nothing is quite adding up, right? Let's go back through the history. So they're saying that he had a gun, but was yelling at whoever was in there with him, who we should assume is Gina, to give him the gun, when he should have just shot her, which doesn't make any sense. When we presented to prove that he didn't have a gun and that they were lying, what did they say? Why did we get... We can't prove the chronology, but I think we have timestamps, right? This photo was taken at 1 AM. And then, do we have information about when... We have the autopsy report, but I think that just says 1 to 1:30. Got so much evidence, I can't find anything anymore. The autopsy report is here. He died between 1 and 1:30. I feel like half an hour is pretty reasonable. I think. Also, how would he have been forced to open the vault if he supposedly could defend himself? Right, like, none of this adds up. I'm just not sure how to prove it. But the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true, I wonder? Or they're saying they know his voice. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is there, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. There's nothing more than a feeling, though. There's no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instinct. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. She's 10? Yeah, she's 10. I really... Let me get the history again. Okay. It's this one in particular, like none of this, nothing along this line of thinking makes sense, right? But I've already tried pressing on it, I've already tried presenting on it. I'm just gonna look at the court record again. We know that this was taken at 1:30. We have this photo of Gina holding the gun. We know he had a gunshot wound in his back. He had a gunshot wound in his back. Hang on. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. But he has a gunshot wound in his back? You'd think he'd be facing her.
Objection!
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yas Nash Yas, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Oh, okay. Not what I was going for with that, but I'll take that too. Eh? You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that Moltola used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you've so colourfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness! Are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Okay, what have we got? The bullet entered the body from the back.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Same photo, I think, or the autopsy? I think probably the photo would have been fine as well, right? Because they both prove that the bullet is in the wrong place. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at that moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah! But it's the God's honest truth! It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. There it is! There it is, boys! Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. That on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. They're British, obviously they're guilty of something at least. These guys are guilty of breaking and entering. I believe they've got them on a charge of theft. They did try to commit murder, so we've got them on that charge as well, and we can add perjury to that list. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash. Order! Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab no, you know what If we blab now, you know what you'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Who are they so scared of? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ugh. Bruv, come on! The game's up! I like that Van Zeeks moves in such a slow, measured way. It appeals to me. I really enjoy how much care they put into making sure that everyone has, like, unique movement animations. But what about Guts for Garters? In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Ugh. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Yeah, Ryu! Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gap and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. I wonder who they're so scared of. I wonder if it's Eggert. I'm waiting to see how he pops up again. What the fuck was his deal? Okay, so they've just got inside, and then Winterbank showed up. He told them to give him the gun, and then flew at them. He threw them over the counter, which is why the counter was all mucked up. I'd like to cross-examine the mouse! For real. Oh, oops, that's backwards. Okay. And the next one. Bought the gun and he ran into the back room. And they didn't have anything to do with killing him. Alright, let's just start at the start.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gap, obviously. But we never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Jeannie must have been there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What, that mole tooler? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Winterbank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy! A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. And all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was bedlam! I didn't know who was going for who. This is the biggest chain of lies I've seen in a while. We have been untangling these lies for like 2 straight hours. We were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean... You know, geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter? Well, big bruv went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbroker. There is a button under it the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Okay. Vanzi, explain to you have a scroll? For the flair, for the drama of it all. Okay. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Such flair, very drama. Locked it was, from the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom of the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Winterbank? I mean, yes, right? An unknown third party. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. I really don't think they did it. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. Who, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, Where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure. There's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. You believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Okay guys, what do we think? We know he was shot in the back, and we know that he fell facing forward, so the person who shot him must have been behind him, meaning they must have been on the other side of the door behind the desk? I think they must have been standing around here.
Take that!
Or perhaps even lying on the ground based on the trajectory of the bullet. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. I think from right outside the door, right before he ran inside, right? They could have even been hiding in the curtain or something. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? I mean, the victim was right here, right? He was shot in the back, so the victim had just come inside this room. He was right where the outline of his corpse is.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Which is huge because this is a locked room mystery. So how did Gina end up on the floor in there? Was she already unconscious? It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. I suppose that does describe Ringo. Hi, Serena! You're scared of what? I'm scared of this case. I'm scared of all of the ways that it can hurt my heart. I don't know. The evidence is pointing at Ringo, right? But I don't quite buy it. Do we have any idea how many bullets were discharged from their gun? I really think there's someone else at play here. They mentioned that they were scared of someone. There are signs that a single round was fired, right? Okay, so they shot one bullet, and we know that that was at Herlock because it worked. Then we know that one bullet was shot from this, and this is either the bullet that is lodged in Mr. Winterbank, or it's the bullet that's lodged in the calendar. Hard to say which. I think this is probably the gun that was used to kill Winterbank. Which raises the question, where does the third gun come into play? And who is the extra person? Thoughts on Mario and Luigi? I think they are delightful. I think they're really, really fun. Nice to have witnesses who bounce off each other like that. I like that they keep trying to include Gregson, and Gregson is like, leave me alone, I'm not with them, I don't know these guys. That if Gina was found unconscious lying on the ground in that position, she could not have shot him in the back. Agreed, completely. It seems like... Hang on, where's the map? I'm not sure how... I think probably Gina comes in first, right? She talks to Mr. Winterbank. She has the gun at some point. Not sure what the fuck's going on there. Maybe she shoots into the calendar or something. Something happens to her and she ends up unconscious in the storeroom. Then the two brothers come in. They begin to have, you know, their little altercation. He's yelling at someone else to give me that gun, probably like Eggert or someone. And that person then shoots him. I don't know. I don't think the brothers did it. And I think this guy has to come up again. I'm not sure how. I don't know if he's actually the murderer, but I know that he's important. What was the term they used for the bullet marking? Where was that? Was that on the gun? Or... Have we examined this gun yet? Oh my god. Okay, I can't find anything out of place. That's good. Realized I forgot to look at that. Oh well. I know we looked at the other one. There are signs a single round was fired. There are signs of a single discharge. Oops, not this one. Take me to the blood documents. No bullet info on this one. Gonna have you as background noise while I write my thesis? Good luck with your thesis! Okay, Nanya, I'm on time. Hi. Interesting. Oh man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank.
Objection!
Okay, how you pronounce it? Hee-hee. I see. Hee-hee. Cute. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten. But the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. Gina might have been. Could she have locked it for safety to keep the murderer out, keep him away from her? What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? I mean, it's gotta be her, right?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Hearing a gunshot and locking the door is an appropriate reaction from a 17-year-old, honestly. For real! Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ah! I see where you're going with this! Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it! We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We'd never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There was only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity. They have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Did I just notice that Bruno looks so yellow? He's a little tinted. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever. And probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict, if not... An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks. I myself find the defense's arguments most persuasive. Zip it, Van Zieks. Don't you dare fucking throw that. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks, might be an idea to explain this belly conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. There he fucking goes. Pettifoggery, a quarrel about petty points. There are so many words in this that are so... British. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. He paused it just to throw it away. He is all about the flair, the drama. By George, count bullets. Oh dear. You noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? There's 3 bullets! Council. So how many cups do you own? Just endless. Limitless. Gregson's got his infinite chips. Barak Van Ziek's got his infinite cups. Yes, sir. Tell the court. How many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? 2. 2 bullets. It should be 3. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. My learned friend, used by a barrister to address another barrister. Thought I'd flex my English vocabulary. I didn't know that that was like an actual phrase. I just assumed he was pretentious. Like how he's like, oh please, I hope the court will humbly excuse my blah 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 blah. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appeared to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Oh, okay, so we're claiming that's the same bullet. Isn't that really high? I guess if it went through Sholmes on like an angle. It's in the dictionary. You think Capcom's making words up? First of all, I think Capcom would absolutely make words up. Second of all, I mean, Like, not necessarily making them up, I just think they're digging up archaic phrases that don't have modern use. Sorry, the bullet passed all the way through Holmes? Jesus. He came so close to death. Is there a scalpel in him right now? I have a lot of questions and none of them are about the case. Most of them are about Holmes. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. If the bullet went through Holmes, then he should have bled to death. Video game logic. I mean, right? I don't know. The Ace Attorney is so good about its little plot flaws. I don't know if that's genuinely something I should be picking up on. Like, wait a minute, if it had been that severe, he would have died. I'm still sort of hanging on to the idea that there's a third bullet. Stretch! Yes, sir. The next emote will be Peach Kasholms, won't it? I mean... I don't know if everyone else would like that as much as I would. At the end of the day, like, emotes are to say thank you so much for subscribing to me. I'm so grateful. Stretch. Sherlock is immortal, don't worry. I mean, yeah, I have to believe that. I hope everyone else is stretching too. It's important. You gotta fix your wrists and your back and your neck and your shoulders. I'm leaning towards a Van Zieks emote more than a Holmes. Interesting. Alright, okay. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago. These two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. My goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Dolphin! Howdy! We have Sir Guns today. How you doing? Order! Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zieks! But this court needs to open its eyes. He just killed someone again. The accused, Miss Legina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She is a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. I feel bad for whoever needs to clean all the glass. Honestly. The disc! I forgot about the disc, oh my god. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Impudence? Impudent? Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time you said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions, right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Question for Cotton, do you keep all Twitch friends parasocial? I know what those words mean individually, but I'm not sure what they mean together. It's not my intent to encourage parasocial relationships, if that's what you mean. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff? Music box disc has been entered into the court record. If we're not parasocial, then we can be friends in real life as well. I mean, like, I figure friendships come naturally, right? I like to be friendly with everyone as much as I can. I have so much fun socializing and talking to people, and I get to meet so many cool people. And if, like, friendships naturally occurred from those, then that would be cool. I don't like to force anything, but I'm not like, no one talk to me ever, you know? The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Just wanted to confirm my chances, but I asked and assume. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions, and rest my case. Van Zeek's kind of scary though. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. Whose voice? My lord. Mr. Garadeb. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling bad in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Please don't do this again. Please, 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 please. This case is all kinds of all over the place. For real! I don't want to do another summation examination. I actually kind of do though, because I like seeing Ryu pace around. Ladies and gentlemen, will you present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability?
Guilty.
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 Fuck! Politely. Okay. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the possible... What?! Sorry. Sorry. Having a fucking callback moment. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's what Mia says. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Oh my god, Laura. backstory lore. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Having my little fangirl moment. It all comes together. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Gyaradev Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Who was it that said it this time? I forgot him was tapped out. It was Van Zieks. That's such a Mia. Do you guys think Godot or Godot? You know, it brings me so Ace Attorney trilogy. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Please actually say something this time and don't just be like, well, I think they're guilty. The jurors' contentions. Reminds me of Mira as well. You'll forever be in our heart. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, Different breeds to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. Never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay, not a world of information here. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw they'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris? That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. The jurors are nonsensical and just go with peer pressure. They should be gunned down. Yeah, they sure don't seem to have much inclination towards logic. But that's okay. We're used to dealing with this, right? We can do it. Ooh. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. Oh my god, the truth came out? Congratulations, good for it. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. If you throw it again, Van Zieks, I swear. Get his ass, Josh. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, I'm really sorry, we're going straight to number 4. I need to know more about this.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. Quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Halik? No. Hallock. No. Hallock? Harlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yeah! Good lord! It's that Hairlock fellow. You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. The funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Oh my fucking god. I hate to state the obvious, but... yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. But it's not! The doctor's gonna tell us that there was no exit wound and my 3 bullets theory will be proven correct? The counsel for the defense is correct, as it's clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged in the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Huh, who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wounds to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all! Sorry if that was loud. I have a compressor on my Mac. I hope it is enough that I don't deafen you guys. Okay. Sorry. Ace Attorney is the best game because it's the thrill of being right. Cheeky! The bullet is still in the Sholmes, but it's not. There's now a scalpel in the Sholmes. What? That's the problem. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. So, yeah, okay. How Holmes shot? How the bullet go out, though? Where the bullet go, though? The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Where indeed? I can't... I pressed juror number 4 on a whim because I care so much about Sholmes and just wanted to learn more about this situation. I was not expecting it to be that plot important. Alright, okay, sorry. What's everyone else saying? Let's start at the start. One's a rogue, always a rogue. Okay, so, hang on. I wonder if I can pit 2 against 4 right now, since she's certain that there were 2 books found at the scene, and we know that actually there was a 3rd one. But what else have we got? You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it was the pickpocket. Okay, bullet's weird. Used attempted a theft on the previous day. Ballistics expert. Where's an expert when you need one? Here's one. Okay, let's get 6 and 4 to chat.
Objection.
These 2 statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert! Ignored your message? I'm a bit sad. No, I'm sorry. I read it. You were saying that your name's Serena, right? Sorry, I was caught up in the plot of it all and I forgot to read it out loud and come back to it. Sorry for not acknowledging you. It's nice to meet you. I'm Credit. Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Velan. Pleased to meet you.
I'm a simple girl and have simple joys in life. One of them is getting to talk to a streamer I support. Aww! It is lovely getting to chat. That is what I'm here for.
The apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did Sholmes get grazed and then carried on like he had been shot and was going to die, and then actually got put under anesthetics and cut open and perhaps had a scalpel sewn inside him? Stupid fucking baby, man. Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. You sound surprised? That sounds like I'm saying himbo hours. I mean, I sound surprised, but I don't doubt it, you know? Oh, Dr. Dubia Plank, he's a dangerous bloke. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from the lump of ice and pierced my body. Okay, so it would have been shrapnel rather than a bullet. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. Where's the ice though? But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road somewhere in another country? Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigation. What? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow has nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Zieks? Well, I realize that it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. No, you may not. You may, as long as you keep that wine solidly in your hand, and not on the chandelier. Chandelier? Candelabra. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Okay, what have we got? I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Shattered glass, here we come. Look at that. One of the vials is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Shom's pouch. And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Okay, so we've still only got 2 bullets. A delightfully complex rumor. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Hang on. No. I'm sorry. I'm back on my 3 bullet bullshit. Where's the fucking... I'm so sorry I swear so much, chat. There's blood! If it just bounced off him, right? If the bullet hit Shom's and hit his file and ricocheted off, which also, would it still have that much force to be able to do this much damage to the calendar? But why would the calendar be covered in blood? I don't feel discredited yet. I still think there's another bullet. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easily tonight. Thank you, young man. Ah, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. It also begs whose green blood? Right? That's what I want to know. The bullet is still inside. I want to know what color Shom's blood shows up as, and I want to know where the fuck Eggsy is, and I want to know how McGilda ties into all of this, and I want to know how Strongheart ties into it with the transmissions case. I've got a lot of questions. Kelly's pouch isn't scruffy. Shom's pouch has been entered into the court record. Okay, let's have a look at that. Yeah, let me add it. Oh, and we haven't examined the disc again yet. I should make sure the note is still on it. Okay, so it cracked at the back. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Shom's and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Okay, it looks like it sort of entered from the side. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. The third bullet! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Oh, the Skulkin Brothers bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Winterbanks that night. The bullet was still in the pouch! Oh my god. Wow. I was starting to feel a little, you know the Charlie Day meme? He's got everything strung up. The third bullet! That was the third bullet at the crime scene, I swear, I just can't prove it. The third bullet! It's time to press that juror again, I think. My love, Sindiri? Bless! Expression of joy. Pepe Sylvia! Pepe Sylvia! There is no Pepe Sylvia! Went up and down the whole building, no Pepe Sylvia! Third fucking bullet! Literally so delighted right now. Okay, is there anything else important here? I feel like that was the big thing, right? But I don't want to miss stuff. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade... Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things. That film, there's no Pepe Silvio and he's been waiting on his mail for months.
and scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object. That's amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. We already know that Mr. Sholmes is the bomb, okay? Sorry, that was really bad. Even by my standards, that was quite awful. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth, or just oblivious to the dangers. Okay, I think we're pretty good there. I want to have another look at this. Okay, there's still the McGilded signature. I'm being cider, I deserve it. Okay. There was always blood on this, right? Have we sprayed this to see what color it is? We haven't, have we? Oh my god, more blood! More blood! Let me at that. Reminds me when Lightning McQueen said you are the bomb tomato in Cars 2. Cars 2 reference in chat, beloved. Bruno, look! It's blood! Yes, you're right. A small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Then it's my turn to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash!
What color? Green or purple? Green!
Iris Wilson, blood enthusiast. Yeah. Hi, I'm Iris. I love blood.
Okay, green just like the calendar.
That was Eggsy, right?
Because the blood happened when they were resting over the disc and he like scraped his thumb over the bumps on it. Oh my fucking god!
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Okay. I guess I should just make sure nothing's changed yet, but I think we know what's going on with this.
Well, McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Okay, and anything interesting about the bullet? This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything else. Hang on. Wait, no, not this, not this. Where is my cursor? Sorry. These guns are both circular. This should have been fired from this gun. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, and saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Okay, same dialogue. Okay, so that bullet came out of the Skulkin Brothers' gun. This might have been the gun. This is the gun that Gina was holding, and it was discharged. Probably into the calendar, would be my guess. And then the third gun would be probably Eggsy's gun. Scalpel is still... The scalpel does seem to still be, you know? Alright. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow. I'm sure of it. Okay. So, we've dealt with 4 and 6. I don't think anyone's changed their verdict yet, but that's okay. We just need to work out some more. If I wanna... It was 2 or 2, right? Yes! As only 2 bullets were found at the scene.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlour maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Eat this evidence, maid lady! Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose... if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it! Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Winterbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholm's pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholm's waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. The gun is still Okay. Take that, Van Zeeks! Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Third gun, third gun, third gun. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. It's always a secret third party, or the witnesses, or occasionally one of the jurors, or maybe even the prosecution, and I'm just waiting for the day when it's the judge. Witnesses? Governor? Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? Why is the bullet still in the shoulder so memeable? Come on, everything in that case is so good. We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. Third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? Ain't make nothing of nothing if I can help. Is it one of yours? I don't think I pressed A then. I think it just moved on. But also because the last reactions are gold and everything is memeable. Perhaps, but Keys is right. One Karma's fun. One Karma wishes he was Van Zeeks. They wouldn't be related, would they? No. Unless. No. Unless. Is it one of yours? God blimey, Gov. God blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? Von Karma could never? Honestly, he doesn't have to flare. Francisco got all of it. What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. I thought there were three. Oh, soon we forget poor Sulky. Sulky Skulkin. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. Von Karma is German, Van Zieks is English, makes no sense. Yeah, no one's family migrates over the span of 100 years, 200 years. Which century are we in? I mean, like, they're not, right? It's just funny to think about.
Since we've got the original Naruhodo here with us.
The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
We're in 1899?
Plug, thank you so much. Ace Attorney is the early 2000s, right? Or, well, it's supposed to be. Yeah, a little later, but... Yeah, okay.
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've had and all the evidence we've seen,
I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Sulkin brothers. I don't know if it's nothing to do with them or they had a secret accomplice. They've clearly been pushed into silence by someone, but... like, I don't know, I feel like they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? But technically they have been covering for him, so I think he's an accomplice. Maybe he called them there in the first place. I mean, it's not a coincidence that they were there, right? On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. Well, remember what Mira and Zeke said? Yeah, that all stems from Iris in the end, doesn't it? Because she wrote that down from... Did she say she wrote it from John Wilson's diaries? I mean, they could have each had one gun. Well, that's true. You'd think they would have found the other one, though. On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigswell. Don't do it, Lindsay! Don't you do it! These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists... Van Zieks, you can't be drunk in court. As you can see, Keys, there's nothing to worry about. Van Zieks isn't drunk because he hasn't had a sip of wine. Every time he pours a glass, I can feel my eyes twitch. I think Van Zieks and Goddard have to be, like, level with me in terms of favourite prosecutors for sheer flair. And they're both drinks related. Beloved. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Sprays him with water. His pointing hand now filled with glass. He's so deranged. Yeah, Goddard's pocket coffee. I think Goddard and Gregson got together and shared tips on infinite food. Van Zieks, I believe, is just rich enough to buy all of the wine.
You'll not expend Zeeks in another life? I love this guy, but the way this man's waist is bruised. Deranged. Deranged. Okay, sorry.
The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Maybe he's secretly sober? I don't think he's had a sip, honestly. The skulkings are lying. I know that. But he just does it for the flair. How can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel?
You've been counting, Josh? He's taken like 2 sips total over the whole case.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job staying sober so that he can do his job, right? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is...
Ooh. I mean, I think I know, right?
Is ready to present answers. The defense is ready.
Wasted 2 bottles, took 2 sips, yeah.
I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a 3rd intruder present at the scene? Hey, what's our main bit of proof? It's the blood, right? We know that Winterbanks was blue. We know that there was green blood present, and we know from the disc in our memory that that belongs to Eggert. You could argue that this is Herlock's blood, but we know that it's not now. And there's no reason for it to be Ginny's blood, so this proves that there was a 3rd person there.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. I would, but the game won't let me. Get their ass for you. He's doing so good, I'm so proud of him. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this 3rd intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! Love that the immediate reaction to Ryu is on an unrestrained pride. For real though! You've been here since the start, Keys, you know just as well as I do. He's come so far. A little baby who couldn't even slam the desk properly, who said excuse me instead of objection, who put his little hand up in court. He's winning cases now. Alright, the disc is what reveals the green blood owner. Yeah. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. Oh my god, Timmy, hi! Arrest them all? We're trying to. Or at least arrest one in particular. He's baby 2.0 now. Yeah! Level up. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes. Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green colour of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could it be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed. Oh golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the courtroom is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Okay! Clearly, it's Tobias Gregson. He's been going around, he's getting away with his infinite fish and chips by killing people.
Take that!
The man's name is Agate Benedict. Agate Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. Gregson has to sacrifice someone for infinite chips? Yeah, exactly. Agate Benedict. He is so fake name surname. Yeah. I want to get him in court. Let me at him. Put him on the witness stand. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Agate Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Burka? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you. No? Yes, The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Oh wow, he even looks like an ass? Yeah, and acts like one too. This is the Karen of old British dudes. Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recording ovenses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in me life. On me life, gov, on me life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Discount Christoph Gavin? Names we do not speak on. Sorry. Reminiscing. Ace Attorney 4. Beloved. Okay. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence! I agree. You must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. We still can't present, like, unique things from here. We have the disc though, right? I wonder if I just present the disc. I could probably present either, right? Present the disc or the blood samples portfolio. No, this even says the smear of blood on it turned green when analyzed. Okay, cool.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute! That disc is mine. Ugh! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Is this Jojo posing us? Ex-Benedict! Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness! A bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analysed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun? Yes. And when we added the results to this portfolio... I say! It's green! It's exactly the same colour as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Wait, what are you talking about? Boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defence that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. I don't have my judicial assistant with me. Be kind. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same colour. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that! I knew it would come to this. Van Zieg's voice. Don't care, didn't ask, plus your objection card doesn't have a beautiful font. Hold on, let me actually. Don't care, didn't ask. Plus, your objection card doesn't have a beautiful font that so pleases the judge like mine does. Fuck's joy. Plus ratio. You're cringe. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Shom's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. Your character voices give me life. I love them so much. Plus, they are not something I anticipated that I would be doing, but they're actually really fun. When I started, I was a bit stressed, but I don't know, now that I've gotten into it, it's fun. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief. What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
Get his ass.
Mr. Van Zieks, don't care, didn't ask. Plus, you suck. Smelly, plus ratio. So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. 10-year-olds are absolutely poggers in court. That is the moral of Ace Attorney. Always take a young girl with you into court.
It really comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Shom's partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter!
After that shrewd preface of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
Especially with hair loops, yeah!
You gotta have a teenage or younger girl assistant with hair loops. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions.
Rip Maya, no loops. Yeah, but she's got baubles, it's close enough, right? She's got beads. Now Iris wakes up and chooses violence. You've seen her, she's got a gun. Watch out. This is law. Law is 10-year-olds in court.
So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
4-2.
Cool. Okay, we can work with this.
Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage.
I'm mad about it.
The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. We got an act out of him! An arc? He clutched his wounded chest like we shot him. L plus ratio plus outlawyered plus you're an alcoholic plus beaten by a 10-year-old. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Fake alcoholic plus wasteful in regards to booze and glass. The glass is the real issue here, right? But who is this?
Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke? Oh, it was number 5.
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible. Inspector. Eh? Me, ma'am.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? No way. Does she know him?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No. Good gracious. Is it her husband or something? Oh my god. Wouldn't that be a twist? Order! Order! Juror number 5. How on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Her estranged brother? Or her co-worker, apparently. Very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. Does seem like maybe she has a little crush. Look at those sparkly eyes and those blushing cheeks. Okay, hang on though. This guy is a communications specialist. Government secrets have been leaked to foreign agencies. This guy works in communications. He is sus as all hell. And it's all wrapped up in the music disc of Mr. McGilded. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Sus levels increasing. They are rising! Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. To be continued. The plot thickens. I'm honestly not sure how long we've got left. I would assume at least 2 hours, maybe more like 4. But I am determined to finish this tonight. This case is so long. Yeah, I have heard people say that it's more than 10 hours, but we've already put like 8 hours into this case. Or maybe 6. And we've put an additional, what? We've been going for 3 hours, 40 minutes now? Oh god, these people are all judging on empty stomachs. This case alone, yeah. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Oh my god, and posture check. Okay, we are taking care of ourselves. Let's drink some water. Let's stretch. We've been going for 4 hours today, nearly. I think we played for 2 hours when we first started this case, and it was roughly a 4-hour stream yesterday. So we're already at 10 hours. With not really much sign of wrapping up. I'm really happy you guys are all here with me, but obviously I understand completely that we have been streaming and are going to keep streaming for a while. So, you know, everyone has things to do. We have to sleep. We have to go about our days. And so obviously no obligation to stick around. Looks like I am not sleeping tonight. Yeah, that's my mood. I will be here until 4 a.m. if necessary. But for now, I am going to quickly go grab a snack, fill up my water bottle, stretch my legs. I encourage everyone else to do the same. We've all been sitting here for a while, and we'll be back in like 3 minutes. Let me play some Spotify for you. In all fairness, adding voices does that a bit more time. Yeah, for real. I keep being like, wow, why is it so long? And then I remember that I'm reading everything out loud instead of in my head.
And talking to chat. I have nothing better to do. Plug. Alright, I'll see you guys back here in a minute. Howdy. I filled up my water bottle, I put my pajamas on, I got a muesli bar for snack and also a little biscuity treat. Let's get back into it. Pajamas! I'm comfy now. Sorry, I'm still eating. I probably should have waited a second. I forgot I have to use my mouth to speak. 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Hang on, give me a second to chew. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it! That picture! What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that is going to think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the Tudor one, the Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. I hounded the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of whip. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? Down to the something or other. If it's here, I wanna see it. Something stuck in my throat. Water. Drink. I'm sorry, young lady.
but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's there, that's all. Please do not die.
Next, you're gonna have to investigate my murder, Josh. That is your next task. Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Shom's really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
But I have no ace attorney enough? You'd better get on that. You wouldn't let my murder go unavenged, would you? Josh! Very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the manuscript. Shoms weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Ain't letting you die in the first place? Aww. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I am back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap, so I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself, when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, laying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you.
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank, the goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina. My question is, as good as this is for the narrative, why not come out with this from the start, Gina?
Because she's too jaded. Her life has been so hard, she thought we'd never believe her. I don't think she could take the, like,
bearing her heart to us and trusting us to trust her, and then if we didn't, like, I think that would have devastated her. So she had to hold on to it until she was sure that we'd really, really, truly trust her. I really, really, really like Gina! I think she's really relatable.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course they did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me.
It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Gina's accent, both written and your voice for her, and personality is really likable. I'm glad you think the voice is likable. Her accent's really fun, right? Like, I wanted it to be... I'm happy. I'm happy it's working. Everything about her, like her design, her personality, her belief system, she's just so likable.
It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer.
Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That cove that was there in the afternoon. That Agate Benedict.
Yeah, nothing quite hurts like believing and trusting in someone only for it to not turn out well.
Exactly. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny.
Mr. Naraoto. Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Twice, actually. It happened twice, which, you know, if I had a British pound for every time I've been accused of being a murderer, I would have £2, which isn't a lot, but it's kind of weird that it happened twice.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. I'm so happy you went all the way with that bit.
Happy to serve.
This is too much. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But so handsome. I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar.
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Naraoto, I...
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Oh man, that really got me. Ryu's little line about how he came to believe in Kazuma fully and unwaveringly. Fuck. Ouch. Alright. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter. Final battle. Wish me luck, Suzato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh my god! Head in my hands. Kazuma. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the hugs, Josh. We are holding hands. We are all holding hands. We are in this together. We are coping. I am borrowing chat's strength. Okay. 17th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. As Tim would say, we are on copium right now. I have no strength. Well, you know, if you've got even one molecule of strength, that is, one molecule more. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. Rhesus? The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Harley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Agate Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Agate Benedict? More like Agate Benedict. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Let's turn this egg into a whole-ass breakfast. Time to serve him. It's a really good judge. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. The drama. It's not hot when you do it. I'm sorry. You just don't have what it takes. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Okay, so no pressure on us then. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Listen here, breakfast, but you will be proven guilty. We are going to grind you into dust. The smugger you are now, the more satisfying it will be when you lose your shit on the stand. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Ugh. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. That was a good sequence, though. Okay, accusation. He has occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. What for? Yes, I am suggesting that. Okay, I think let's just start by pressing on the first one.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. Could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. said by a man who introduced himself as Agate Benedict. I like how fixated Ryu is on that. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer over there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? It is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
The crooks looked away as Rio asked if he knew them. Oh, I am certain that he does, and he has pressured them to keep their mouths shut.
It'll all come out eventually, though.
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Wait, did Ryu just say something or was it just dots? Sorry. It was just, okay. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Are you about to start yelling at me if I keep pressing? A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. I think I can get away with pressing some more. I haven't been formally warned yet.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by— spare me this science lesson! Who is this Sholm's character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great— well, a renowned detective. Shady Ryu! Ryu doesn't tell lies, you see. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Hello? Hi, hi.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulker. Eh? God blimey, Governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? The only thought you've had this entire trial? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? I didn't have none of them! It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulker, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing! Honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What? It would open up the what? What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, Elle's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? The bullet is still...
Lodged in the calendar. Yeah.
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Sorry, privacy. British, you see. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. At all. Never. Really?
Hold it!
Fairly sure we have a photo of you there. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Gregson?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. Your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. He's been asked not to mention it by the bigwigs, hasn't he? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hallie installed in Winterbanks?
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips.
All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Alright. Well, I don't want to present, I just want to look through the court record. What have we got? I feel like the disc is the key, right? This is what he was trying to claim. Paul McGilda, blah 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 blah, little disc, it's got his blood on it. Surely if we present that, Gregson will be forced to say that he remembers, even though, as far as I can tell, he's being asked to cover it up by the higher-ups. Somehow in relation to this case, I don't know how that ties in. Anything else of note? Does this help us? That's for the overcoat, which doesn't mention the music disc, and this is just for a small box. Okay. I don't know if this is the right move, but I want to show Gregson the, disc. Is this the last case of this game, or is there more? As far as I'm aware, this is the last case of the game. Maybe the newspaper ties into later if that's the case. It could be. Previous Ace Attorney games, the standard format is 5 cases, but if you look at like the original trilogy, I think there's 5 plus a DLC case in the first game, and then the second game only has 4 cases. But 5 is typical, so I assume this is the last one. Then there's a second game, but I think this will probably conclude a little more strongly. I think we're gonna get to everything today.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also. Will! Happy lunch break. How's your day going? Is work good? The case is... we are making headway. We have accomplished a lot. We still have a fair few questions that still need answering, but I'm pretty confident. Right now we are on an upswing. We are tearing down a smug posh bastard. We are struggling, but we are moving forward, exactly. Good gracious, indeed it must. Day has been chill, that's so poggers. I hope work is giving you enough to keep you entertained, but not asking stressful things of you. A smosh bastard. Yeah, that's the one. Mr. Graydon. Smug pog is the energy I want. Oh, that's just a little greater than a colon 3C, right? You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? Greater than equals 3.
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc! There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Cuddling, I will fight this man. You wanna go for fisticuffs?
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying.
So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Okay.
Note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to him, bold claim. Redemption ticket was stolen from him, bold claim. Did it at once to the shop in order to explain the situation. Didn't we disprove this on the day? Yeah, we did a whole Herlock Sholmes discuss the investigation detectiving spectacular. What's he call it? We won. We already proved that that's not what happened. Deduction! Thank you. Having a stroke. Okay. Let's just start by pressing on the first one. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on— sorry. And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut.
Just came back from a video call with a friend. Video calls make my heart happy. That's so cute. I hope you had fun. Welcome back.
Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay. Stated at once to the shop in order to explain the situation.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has any connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector?
If Graydon simply just happens to disappear off the streets of London for no reason, nobody will miss him, right? Well, I don't think they will. I think that would be quite convenient, in fact.
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
Eh? No, it's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Lord Van Zieks wants the truth. Gregson wants to do his job. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Wait a minute. Let me look at the court record. Strongheart seems kind of dodgy like you were saying earlier. It's the authority. He reeks of it. Oh, it could be sort of a double bluff. He could be fine. But I don't know, kinda sussy. Sorry, I'm feeling lost right now. Okay. I'm getting all my dates mixed up. Let's see autopsy report. Okay, this was on the 16th of April. The disc was on the 15th. And and the box was on the 30th. He had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night, he says. But...
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all.
Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. Sorry, tongue twisted.
In that case, it's clear. You broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. We know he was there, so why was he there? There was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. No, there was. There was the small box, right? These are printed on the same... We don't have any info about the box, right? Like, I don't think we know what that's about. But it's printed on the same photo. So that's something of McGilded's, right? Maybe we can present that.
I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
You and me both, Iris.
McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winterbanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I want to try presenting the box. And is this one, right? Yeah, box.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Winterbanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Winterbanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into that shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these two clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. I adore whenever Ryu says my learned friend back at Van Zeke, some boy is learning. Yeah! It's so catty, you know? I like when he has a bit of sass to him. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, This Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Kylie's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
Queen! Hi! Welcome, welcome. How's your day going?
According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print.
I just woke up, but seeing you stream is always a great start to the day. Good morning! It's so lovely to have you with us. We are pushing through the case. We are doing our absolute best. We are going to take this smug bastard down a notch. Alright.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
That's why we've got our handy dandy little visualizer for us. We got stereoscope.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector.
I see you borrowed your boyfriend's clothes while he's in the hospital. Yeah, I set it up as a new channel points redeem. So we got standard. I made a version that doesn't have a pen finally. Ronnie! Good morning. This seems early. Hi! Look, I got little cat ears and when I... Hold on, let me make this bigger so everyone can see. We got cat ears and when I talk I've got fangs. I fixed that up. I haven't shown the Mudkip one yet. I fixed that one too, but I think I'll play around with it a little. Dang! Woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep. That's so sad. I thought I had someone moving around, but I wasn't sure if it was you. But then yeah, we also put together this one!
It's my favorite by far. It makes me so happy to look at. Anyway. Sorry, I'm just really happy to show it off. I thought of it like 15 minutes before I was gonna start stream. I was like, oh my god, I have to churn this out. I have to get this done so fast.
Anyway, okay, where are we? Gregson!
Yes, sir.
Stretch! Yes, sir! And hydrate! You guys take such good care of me. Stretch. Okay. Back stretched, wrist stretched, water. Serena? Did you say something and I didn't see? Okay. Where are we? Photographic print, stereoscope. Right, okay. There's not time to grab everything all the time. Sometimes chat just goes.
We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. The yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Yeah, time to see them in 3D, chips, man. I don't believe it. Can I do that now? If I open up the stereoscope. Can I, like, use this? You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see.
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Okay, but I can't actually use it yet. I can't just put something in. Okay. Double checking. I can! Hog! Okay, let me add it. Ooh, look at that! It's totally changed shape just from one little button press.
Well, that is what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do.
Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl.
Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you?
Can I use it, please? You have to put it. We already have this dialogue. Okay, never mind. Okay, I guess we will simply wait for an opportunity then. Let's return to Ryu face down on the desk. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Miss McGilda's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
Here we go! What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position?
We were a step ahead of ourselves, Celeste. Ah well. Hydrate! Thank you, Godzilla, I will. Hydrated.
It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. I would really like to put the photos in the stereoscope to check though.
Head back! On my little hat.
Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? I would like to use a piece of evidence.
Hat pack.
Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 prints?
This one.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. How do you not follow grams, honestly? Get with the program, come on! Ooh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion! Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece.
Missing books! I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. This feels a little... This has me wondering if I'm misconstruing something and how straightforward it is.
Take that!
This just highlights them like in those old Find the Object games. Exactly. Better than having to go cross-eyed up my screen, though I really can't get them into focus. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Come on, Gregson, you've been slacking. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Wait. Unbelievable! Point and click adventures! Margrave Manor, my Belvoid. Dutch my Belvoid. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes! That very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Don't get me, Van Zeeks. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen, then... But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? Van Zeeks is so... He's a vampire knight Jack. Everything about him. Ronnie, have you seen him put his leg up yet? He's your boyfriend? Pog. He has an animation where he'll throw his entire leg up onto the table. This is very fun. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I love the, like, glove to the face menacing. He's got flair! I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Van Zeek's face calming is my mood 24/7, I feel you, buddy. Josh, you about to start throwing glasses of wine at things? Do you need some help? Please don't throw entire wine bottles into the stands. He has very long legs and I love him. Oh, real though? Oh my god. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. And while you're there, fetch me that Herlock Sholmes fellow. I would very much like to see him in court. His presence is extremely important for the defense's moral support. I value my alcohol, Celeste. I will not be throwing anything. Duly noted. Wait, who is Celeste? Celeste is my name also. I go by Cotton typically, but a lot of my friends who I know through like real life know me as Celeste. And it's easier for them to just call me that. Caught left. The defense's moral support and the omnipotent god through the screen. We haven't seen him all case. Literally. Like, at all. I have some lovely clips of my sweetie and I dunking on him for not understanding that sometimes things are inside boxes. I'll have to go and have a snoop through those. I do prefer cotton, but thank you.
Peach last.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
Snoop, snoop too hard, spoilers. I'll snoop once I finish everything.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks? This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That the witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Cotton, you said you're waiting for the judge to be a killer? What was still about that? Not saying it'll happen though. I just feel like enough Ace Attorney games. I haven't played Ace Attorney 6 yet, or Investigations, or the second DGS. So many options. Your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. I'm watching you, Fancy. Don't you toss that. Don't you toss that. Just because you don't know its value doesn't mean it doesn't have any Fancy, please. Honestly, his logic this time around is slipping. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
If you're toasting Wes Hourglass, you'd think he has enough of them to share, right?
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. Not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough.
But you can't deposit cash to pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Queen.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its... Sorry. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Bro! Come on! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. I'd suggest taking a shot every time he throws a glass as a drinking game, but that is how you die of alcohol poisoning. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. Well, true, it happens frequently, but not frequently enough, I feel. If you were to drink every my learned friend, however. Very good point. Van Zieks, we're running out of chalices, please. He is single-handedly supporting the chalice industry in London right now. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny,
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? I mean... yeah, right? The truth has to come out, even when it doesn't favor us. And that's Van Zieks' philosophy, the truth.
But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have her testify. Feels bad, but it's important. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. He wants you to uphold finding the truth even when it doesn't favour you, so he's willing to stubbornly suggest boxes don't contain things even when it makes him look stupid. Yeah! I don't know, I really like Van Zieks because he seems like such a straightforward, angsty vampire, like, antagonist, right? It's like, oh yeah, he's the prosecution, he's frustrating, he's very scary, blah 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 blah. But he has a really consistent line of moral reasoning that is upheld again and again and again throughout each case. I really appreciate that. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? But it's very funny to headcanon that boxes that contain there is one weakness. Get his ass. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
You're not getting your hat back, you slimy weasel. I am stomping on it. Rah, 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 rah. The articles that Mr. McGilda has deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. Van Zieks' husband material? I mean, a little bit, right?
Oh, Ginny's guilty? I mean, in a sense, right? She has been dealt a rough hand in her life, and she was put in a rough situation, and she had to make the best of it so that she could survive. And now she's out of that situation, and everything's gonna be okay. It's just gonna have to come clean.
And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. I'm straight as a roller, but like the Van Ziegs. Oh ho ho ho. Being guilty of something, exactly. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Bendy ruler. Yeah, like in 2012 when I was in grade 7? Yeah, when I was in grade 7 and we all had bendy rulers and you'd like slap them on your wrist and they'd wrap around.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets.
Man, I miss those. Nostalgia.
Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilder. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder.
She has to incriminate herself for the greater good and hope for a more lenient sentence for it. I mean, yeah, right? And she also has to... Like, they have to take into consideration the fact that she was under duress. I was in grade 10? Oh my gosh. 3 years isn't that many. Pretty small difference in the scheme of things. What a good girl, I love Gina. She is being so brave right now. I believe in her.
But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilder died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade.
Anyway, 6'3" Van Ziegs is enough to make anyone go bendy ruler.
Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side!
Alright then. I'll talk. She trusts us. It's the right choice, Gina. Thank God. Oh my god, I'm so proud of her.
Get me a friend like Iris.
He's so cute. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilder's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware.
Gina's character evolution, chef's kiss? For real, right? Like, they've done so well. She's... Ooh, I love her! She's learned to trust. Get me a friend like Ryunosuke. Get me a friend like Kazuma.
So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. You want a dead friend? He was really good before he died, I promise. Just both of them. Yeah, let me just be Susato, please. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies. That McGilded fellow was run into the court, just like that pickpocket.
Don't forget that lawyer from the east, they were all in on it together.
You're wrong, the lot of ya! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. We really expected to believe that.
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get that man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop, stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. He is so done with us right now. Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Real truth of the omnibus case. Okay. Brickmaker was in the cabin the whole time. Irishman dragged her out from under the seat, saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was.
Leave Rio alone, he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, no, he didn't do anything wrong. However, he did have a responsibility to ensure that all of the evidence that he presented in court was fair and true. It's 24 flashbacks. But like, he's a baby, he's a student, he's not even a lawyer, he doesn't know that. Yeah, Ryu did nothing wrong, but also, I get it.
It was right next to the cove laying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought... if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. He did his best, but also the responsibility to make sure the evidence wasn't tampered with wasn't his. Was it... Whose was it then in the end? Does it fall on Van Ziek's? I'm not entirely clear on the exact burden of responsibility here. Am I weird for eating a sausage at dinner? No, I think that's bogus. That's normal. I hope you enjoy it. Okay. And the guy on the roof can still run to the pawn shop. Yeah, they spotted Van Ziek's for it. Okay! Then I retract my earlier statement. Ryu did nothing wrong, leave him alone! McGilded had the whole court fooled, if I recall correctly. Yeah, absolutely he did. Yeah, I mean, I fell for it too. There was something about, like, the thrill of realizing that you can prove the case that makes you not even notice when things aren't right. You know, like, there's that blood that appears on the floor, and I'm like, well, surely I didn't miss this the first time, but I didn't even, like, dwell on that thought because I was so wrapped up in the whole, oh my god, we're doing it, this is how it happened, this is how we prove his innocence, always believe in your client. And I figure it was the exact same for Ryu, right? I just think it's so well done how you end up feeling and reacting to everything the exact same way as the protagonist. Ryu had to jump to his defense. I see.
Hold it!
Dang, Van Ziek's ordered to secure the omnibus when the smoke grenade went off. Yeah, that's right, I remember now. Thank you. Jogging my memory. It was ACAB since clearly a cop was involved in having evidence tampered. Oh. McGilded sure did pull some strings. That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zieks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bogtrotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to stitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. I can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Reno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Stretch and hydrate? Yes, sir. Oh, I need to fill up my water bottle again. Alright. Give me 10 seconds. Water acquired, back stretched. I even got to stretch my little legs when I ran to the sink. Thank you, Godzilla.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
Okay. I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? Oh!
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other this entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. I wonder if I just jump in and pursue them even if they don't respond? Why is Gregson having a conversation with, what's his name? Grayson? Gregson and Grayson? Is that who? Graydon. Gregson and Graydon. If Gregson turns out to be corrupt, I'm gonna be so blindsided. Like, honestly.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Not our easily movable infinity chips, man. I don't think he's, like... He's just trying to do his job. I'm sure he has a really good reason for this. I trust him. I hope that doesn't backfire on me. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah! Blimey! Trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? This fella. Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Okay, we've pressed this one already. I don't think we've pressed this one yet.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the guns in his guts. With the knife in his guts. Oh my god.
When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back onto the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two clothes from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I didn't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin. I feel like I've pressed on all of these now. Can I continue to pursue them for truth? Let's just continue on. Will we loop here? Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Okay, we'll just loop here. I feel like I have pressed her on every statement. Am I missing evidence? She's telling the truth about everything. There's no contradiction to point out. I didn't get to finish pressing her on this because I interrupted myself by pursuing that. Maybe we finish this line of dialogue.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although, I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's code and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Another portion completed. How long is this one? I guess we'll find out. How many save slots do they give me also? Another to be continued. Surely there can't be many left, right? Like, I feel like we're slowly unraveling everything. We've got a bit more to go, but we're really getting there. Bit by bit. I'm about ready to pass the fuck out. You should get some rest, Josh. Thank you so much for staying as long as you have. You need to stick through. You're so strong. I said I'd finish it and I meant it. So this is the article in question, is it? Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. I'm too invested now, dude. I must stay. We've got to get to the bottom of this. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Interesting. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is the device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. So let's hear it being played then, honestly. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? Oh, his little hand! I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Gregson! The plot thickens. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. So clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. No, but no! That piece of evidence is police property now, you can't... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. It is us, fansies. Ooh, boy. Is it Morse code? Reaches out. Josh, we are so brain cell. It must be. Cool, okay. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. A After all that, the music box is broken.
Do you not know? Broken? It can't be.
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. Old Grandpa doesn't think avant-garde single-note core is music? Cringe. Unbelievable. Boomers can be so pretentious. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Please, no, let's decode it, please, please, please. Come on. Someone, anyone. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! I do not appreciate that they are hiding something. Anyone know Morse? Yeah, the communications specialist. She's here on the jury. And also, Raiden is also a communications specialist, and he's supposedly very good at his job, so he's definitely just lying through his teeth right now. There's no way he doesn't recognize that. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. It does slap, just a little. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Well, duh, he's a Scotland Yard copper. Of course he knows. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. You could club to this if you wanted to hard enough. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. To enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Bruno. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Let me at juror number 5, please. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Yeah, do I have actual evidence to present that makes my point for me? It's Morse code. It's Morse code. It's Morse code. That means that I can present... Oh, the paper! Right? It's got the this morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being linked to foreign agencies. If I look a little closer at the reverse... There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look! Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been linked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Look, this doesn't make direct mention of Morse code, but it's linked to communications, and I think the Morse code is how they're communicating. So let's all cross our fingers and pray. Join all the dots and dashes, perhaps? Yeah. I don't think they're going to make us translate it ourselves, thank God. Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes! We are not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say... Is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? We did it, boys! Investigation at highest level would certainly explain Gregson's sus behavior, perhaps.
Exactly. And it's like you can't hold it against him because he's just trying very hard to do his job and respect the orders that he's been given, which are to keep this hush-hush because it is government secrets. Unfortunately for Gregson, I love Gina very much and I will not hesitate to expose government secrets to keep her safe. Order! Order! Please everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason, and what is capital punishment? 1800s WikiLeaks? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Government secrets are for everyone. Exactly. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Oh my god, blanket comment! Thank you for following, welcome! I like your username, that's so cute. What the hell? I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for joining us. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. As Haley would attest, I miss him so much. Look, this trial is so fun. I would very much like it to end so that I can go visit Sherlock. Oh my god. Pansy siding with us, Pagooies? Yeah! We've got him. He cares about the truth, and we're working to uncover the truth. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most... flagitious? Flagitious. 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 That being a very bad offence, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Huh? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Don't worry, Hurley is so high on so many anesthetic, it's like enrichment for him when he can't investigate crimes so wrong. Hang on, sorry. I have to drug my detective so that he doesn't get bored and get himself into trouble. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies long enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Also that the scalpel doesn't do any damage. Oh my god, I forgot about scalpel. In the midst of it all. Is he okay? gosh, no! Look, I think I've got a decently sized vocabulary. Sometimes my pronunciation is off. There are a lot of words that I know only from reading them. I have never seen that one before in my life. I'm not a good mod if I don't start clipping the funnies. Okay. The scalpel is still in the midst of it all. He's got nothing but himbo juice inside. Beloved. Oh man. Okay, we gotta wrap this up so we can go see Sherlock. Sherlock. Jesus. Also, as a friend, I would feel bad. Beloved. Alright. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we'd done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. We'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you would now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did! Get screwed over. Hell yeah. Quiet and down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Small music box has been entered into the court record. Alright, let's cross-examine him. Yes, okay. Bullshit. Would like to know more about this. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. I knew that. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. You're doing great, thank you. He already speaks 2 languages well enough to practice law, leave him alone. For real! Dunzeeks, get off his back! Come on, he's doing his best. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Would there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? I would like to give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Let me take a better look at this. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps in the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Hello. What are you? Oh. What is it, Rune? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right! Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it! Secret buttons!
It's just like Ira said. Just like Harlock, we see a button, we press it. Especially if we don't know what it does. Alright then, here goes.
Look at that! There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Isn't that interesting? Like maybe you've got one disc for the dots and one disc for the dashes. We would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box.
And this movement is like the other one. The chrome's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two chromes isn't the same. But the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Isn't that so interesting? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Wow, our timing on that one was good! Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Ba-ba-da-da!
Got it!
Yes, this is it then! Did I miss? I must have missed. Hang on. Sorry. Let's try that again. Maybe I have to open it first. I thought pointing at the button would be enough.
I'm sure you're on the right lines, Runo. There's something about that music box. It has to be.
Yeah, I know. Let me add it. Let me do that again. Huh? You're not gonna let me do that again? Hang on. No. We're going through this dialogue stream again.
Hold it!
Let's just push through. Blah, 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 blah. Bit by bit. Did not realize how long the stream of dialogue was the first time we did it. This is fine. Let us through. And then... Okay, give it a try. Go back and forth.
Objection!
He objects. Blah 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 blah. Yes, 2 turns. And then we can present it. And this time I will present it correctly, because apparently pointing at the button wasn't good enough. They really need it spelled out for them. Queen's right. Van Ziek's weakness is boxes.
Stretch! Yes, sir. Stretch my back. Stretch my shoulders, stretch my wrists. Oh my god, and hydrate. Right away.
Okay. I don't seem to be able to, like, open this. I do just straight up have to present. Is it not the button, or did I miss the button? I must have missed the button. Let's try this again. Let's try this again and make sure we're really, really on that. I want to be perfectly aligned.
Oh, and posture check. I am sitting well.
Especially with all that talking you do. Honestly, I've started drinking so much more water since I started streaming. Okay, let me really line this up. I mean, that looks good, right?
Got it!
If it's wrong this time, then I'm wrong, and I'll admit defeat. Okay, I admit defeat.
How is that not it? That feels like the thing that we do.
We can play that it's... Oh well. Sorry for putting us through the dialogue again. I really thought I must have missed, because that feels so the answer. Oh well. I think you need to interact first. I couldn't, like, I only had Y and present, like I couldn't interact with it. You able to open it without presenting? It didn't give me a button for it, maybe I am. Alright, let's try one more time. Where are we? Which line of dialogue? It's line 2, isn't it? Let's go through the dialogue again.
And I can drink some more water while I do.
Maybe I'm thrown.
I tried to interact and wasn't able to, but I try once more.
Let's see if we can get it. It really feels like the right track, you know? Did you examine the inside of the music box after you opened it? I did, yes. So if I look at the court record... Let's look at it again here. Okay. Press the button and open it up. We went through this dialogue. And then I examined the chrome and they talked about how this chrome produces a slightly different tone than the other one. And it doesn't seem to have updated anything on the court record, but maybe I can open it in the presentation section.
Just making sure. It is always good to be sure.
You know, I'm scared I'm gonna press the wrong thing on the like question prompt while I'm mashing the buttons to get through the dialogue. I'm gonna get stuck. Okay, last time.
Objection!
Okay, flip the box over, press the button. This time it works? Fuck! Okay, this is just the same dialogue as we got when we investigated it in the court record, so I won't read this out, we'll just skip through it as well. But okay, hopefully we can present this inner quorum. I am going to investigate the inner quorum as well, even though I think it will just provide the same dialogue, just to be on the really safe side. Okay, we are getting there! Hogging! Surely it wouldn't let us get this far if this wasn't the right way. I do that too. You've got to be safe, you know? Present! Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Ta-da! Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? You better be shaking in your fancy boots, Graydon. It appears, my lord, that the true movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. His Chanel boots are quaking! For real, bro. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the Discord disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Okay. Link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. How is Graydon related to the Mason? Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Okay, but the fact that it's capable of making another sound is significant even without a disc, Van Dijk. I know you don't like boxes, but come on. Honestly. Bro, just admit it. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and his well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. What have I got? Where's the case notes? Blood samples here. Mason Milverton, brickmaker from the East End of London. Where's my history? Wondering if we can show that Brayden is also from like the East End or something, maybe? We have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimonies.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Can you tell us more about that? Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the brother had a dodgy job for us.
Wait. I was gonna say, isn't the East End where Gina is from, which is the poor end, so it doesn't make sense for Graydon to be from there. Except, was he originally poor? Does he know these guys from being young? Is he the original Sulky Skulkin? Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him in either. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Core blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk Sorry? Milverton and Skulkin? Milverton like Mason Milverton, you say? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Au contraire, Mr. Von Zeeks. I believe it has everything to do in this courtroom. Neither does your fruit. Thrice-fired Mason Milverton, Wait, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? No room for fruit in the courtroom? Then that would be hilarious! For real though, what would you, okay, I guess nothing will get done then. My lord. Yes, counsel? Heavier brothers would be out of their jobs? Honestly, the whole Ace Attorney cast, just gone. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! A skulkin's never skulkin. Edgeworth would be exiled on sight? For real. Can I think I can go right ahead and just present the, his name is Milverton. I'm scared of losing strikes now that we lost them before. No, I think this makes sense, right? No, let's press once more to be safe.
Hold it!
Edgeworth, the moment he admits feeling, vanished to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, that's why he looks so pained when he says, you've saddled me with unnecessary feelings. It's like, you know. He knows it's the end for him. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but exactly what was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The name. This business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. God damn it, right, I can't be a lawyer anymore because you awakened my gay thoughts. I mean, Ace Attorney 2, right? Like, it's a little bit the plot. A little bit, if you stretch it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh right, I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked it out.
Hold it!
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble?
Attention!
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest rooms that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? That ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it? Course not. This is all bunkum. Been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Based on the protocol set by Barak von Zeeks that got him exiled from the courtroom himself, it was a weird time in law history. Edgeworth's gay awakening drove him to get promoted. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Also, Phoenix is clearly the male wife. In the Phoenix Edgeworth dynamic, Phoenix is the male wife, but you can't discredit that Phoenix can also girl boss. Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Hog? They're both the male wife, Trucy is the girl boss. You're right, sorry. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't oh, sorry, I pressed the button, hang on. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. If only they had the same last name. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay. Where can I present this? I've no relation to the man. I believe we'll find... What is this one, right? I believe we'll find you share his last name. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Anzique's is girl bossing right now. He's got his fangs sunk right in Ashley's jugular. My dude said, even if it goes against me, I'll expose your family history if I have to. Don't even try me. He's committed to the truth. He's a good prosecutor. Reaper of the Bailey my ass. He's just doing his job. And you know, maybe killing people, whatever. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn map. Best boy! Beloved. That attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. That same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. McGraydon?
Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. When Ryu rests his palm on the sword, bless. Honestly. Reaching out to touch the remnants of Kazuma and looking very good while he does it. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you. Yeah, here's us for you! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. I'd like to see you try it. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Come on, give it to me. I'll expose you in seconds. Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Sorry, bitch boy, you're in it now and there's no getting out. X'd out.
Von Zieks is fully tired of his shit. For real. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Witness testimony. I told you we were gonna turn Eggsy into a full breakfast. Serve this clown up onto the finest of plates. For real. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Huh? So much of that made no sense. Good gracious. Quite extraordinary testimony. I don't even know where to start with that. What? None of it makes any sense at all. None of it adds up. Also, she tossed a gun at that peephole? Ignoring how the positioning doesn't make sense. The gun went out that peephole? Really? Credit for trying, I guess? I don't know. I don't think he deserves it. That was flimsy. I thought this might be hard. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Also, she was found with the gun. Exactly. None of this. None of this. Order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Okay, so she wasn't found showered in blood. She had the gun. She can't have put the gun through the peephole. She can't have shot him through the back if he was fleeing and she was inside the locked room. When did she lock the door?
That's a funny looking truth, Ash. Don't worry, we'll only convict you for murders you did commit as much as
I'd like to pin more on you. You say the blood splattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbour vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Okay, well that part doesn't go so well for us. We know it's different blood, but I don't know if they'll accept that. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What?
Can we legally convict someone for being a pretentious ass? That's fine, right? Yeah, I believe that's fine. He should be in jail right now.
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Harley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In society, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. I mean, if we did, Edgeworth and Van Zieks would be in danger. I mean, yeah, but, you know. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission. You can't just ask. Affectionate. Very good timing on that one. Thank you for punctuating my statement so thoroughly, Van Zieks. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. It's okay. We just will disprove it on different bases before they can do this, hopefully. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. It is true-month-old blood, though. You'd think they'd be able to tell how dried it is. I have to give him a new one every time he throws it, shaking my head. Thank you for your work, Queen. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilder, who was wearing the coat at the time. Van Zieks, derogatory and affectionate? Yeah. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. Uh-oh. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. Cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, no pressure. I wanna hear more about the gun that was thrown through the keyhole. That feels like the easiest to disprove. Recipients. Winterbank threw Nash over the counter. Viewed the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. He through the peephole. The accused in black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Where was he fleeing? From the back room. With the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Tell me more about how the fuck that works. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. The coat wasn't black in the first place, right? It was like a green-grey. No, I think it's always been black. I wonder if you're confusing it with the coat from the Mr. Natsume case. Oh, sorry, wrong image. Close enough to black. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutia told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. But I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Hello?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin. Greg, you went feral, for real. Blimey, this dude's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes? Didn't you mention the third gun when we got back down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
What on earth was that about, Mr. Gregson?
What's your feeling, Runo?
Well, as much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. Don't you?
But you have to find a way to break this man.
And quickly, too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
We know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. So what's going on?
All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. Okay. What else can we do? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. Oh! She supposedly tossed the gun through that. Okay. Sorry, I thought we were talking about the keyhole. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. That's right. It all comes back to me. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? He was in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Flee to safety where?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Braden, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved.
In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order.
At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying! If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. We already talked about this one. Good Nash. I guess we go back and press the first one?
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them.
He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
Never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah,
We're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
there's the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place.
Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation.
I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
A pair of you setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Winterbank threw Nash at the counter, I saw champagne. Okay, we're pressing this one through because we haven't yet.
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling.
It was exactly that moment that it happened, but I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear.
When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? The skull can sure be consistently getting roasted? For real. Fuck. My lord? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Shit. Fuck. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Trying to be something like, yes, this blood here is made out of blood. Guilty. I mean, a little, right? From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. Shit. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Flattering, but close enough. Yeah, I realized as I read it that I had said splattering, but I was like, whatever. It means the same thing, it doesn't matter.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 3 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is true... Sorry, wrong juror. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answers to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroshki to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Shit. Okay. My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir?
Guilty.
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 Hold my hand. Please hold my hand. Okay, no, it's fine. We summation examination them. They will talk to each other. They will say things that don't match up. We'll just pit them against each other again. And then new evidence will come to light that will completely acquit Gina. No problem. Thank you, Josh. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ouch. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? That's like 5 sips now, by the way. Hello? How very distressing. Be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? I was hopeful for a second there, Josh. I was like, oh my god. Is it Herlock? Do I do Herlock's voice? No. I won't get my hopes up like that. The bailiff. Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Wait a fucking minute. I know that voice. No fucking way! Am I going mad? Jump! What is the meaning of this? Oh, this little fucking fruity pose. Order! Order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hallie! It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem childish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Oh my god! Sorry, I can't, but... Oh my god! The 3 AM of it all really adds a little to the delirium. Oh look! My fucking savior! Oh my god! What? Oh fuck, it's 3 AM, yeah. Sorry, Josh! Harley? Sorry. Harley? Sorry. Harley? He's here! Finally, some Harlock content. It's been 7 hours! What did I say, Josh? I said it'd show up at the most dramatic possible moment. Oh my god, beloved. Okay, let me drink some water real quick. He's in smooching distance. Look at him next to us on the stand. Oh. Beloved. Okay. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright? I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out? Oh my god! Bro?
If you pass out, I will catch you in my arms. Don't worry.
I was out here like he's gonna appear in the courtroom or something ridiculous. Well, let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Charlie, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. That scalpel probably really is still inside. No! Please don't rip your stitches, you beloved himbo, you! But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do, would find yourself in as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What's a himbo without some silly scars? Some silly scars gained doing good. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah! My guy. It's the cat trap maker. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that?
I call it Cat Flapper Mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left.
I'm a failure.
I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What?
Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night? But why? It makes flaps indoors. Like the peephole? Bro! Come on, get some help! Your 5 minutes is over. Out of time already? Let me look at the door again. It's hard to tell because there's a curtain blocking it, but it doesn't look like there is a peephole there. But we know that there was one. Oh no, yes there is. But this is after, this is 1:30, so we can see that there's a marking on the door there. But not here! So Susato must have used it on the door. It looks really good. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. You sure we'll be able to finish this case and all, considering Sholmes is here now? Yes. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Time to think. I mean, we have new evidence, right? So, we want cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon...
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Scary. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. No. I leave this in your capable hands. Beloved. Mr. Sholmes! Oh boy, okay. 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 Stand so insistently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. It's more of an extraordinary lack of mind. That's an extraordinarily strength of feeling. He is so smart, but he is so dumb. We just got him back too, honestly. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Give him a little kiss on his forehead, okay? Tuck him in. I command when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Nothing out of place there. Ah! Woo! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right. Of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapper mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Bugger High is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
Okay. Very, very desperately don't want to miss anything, but that does seem to be it. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Moment of the shooting again. Okay. Ruffians were jostling with the broker I was still near the entrance of the shop. It's gonna be the cat flap, that's gonna be the evidence. But what's the lure? Got a sharp pain in my arm. If the man shut himself in the storeroom, I could see him through the peephole in the door though. That's gonna be the peephole made by the cat flapinator, right? Used in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. With blood spatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole. This one or number... What's the timeline? When did Suzato make the hole? She had to make it afterwards, right? Yeah, we weren't there. We showed up right at the end of the whole showdown. Susie had no... Susie must have... Susie, oh my god, sorry. Iris is rubbing off on me. Suzato must have made the hole while Ryu was off fetching the police. Which means that she made the hole after the gunshot was fired, so there couldn't have been a peephole there. It's gotta be this. If we present this and the flappermator, the cat flapper mat. I mean, it has to be, right? It wasn't there before, it was there after. Raiden seems like he already made his escape. Yeah. Can you prove it? I think so. I think this is how we prove it. We can elaborate when pressed. I mean, like, what else is it gonna be? It's gotta be the cat flapper mat. We wouldn't have been given this if it wasn't going to be this. This is the key piece of evidence that we were lacking. And it's not going to be the last statement because that's more about the gun. Oh, I'm really nervous though. I don't want to get it wrong. I'm doing it. Ah!
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes the way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
What's the worst that could happen?
Well, we could lose the trial and Gina could be sentenced to death.
Time to stretch and hydrate. Thank you, Cheeky.
I will do both.
Talking for 7.5 hours straight really does make you thirsty. Crazy how that works. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? How else indeed? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
Finish him. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Wacky, Kiwi, time for dinner. Wagahai. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No? But it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all of a fixed size. and the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match. Oh! If you are a 10-year-old child, one does not care what you do and don't do at the Old Bailey. Old Silky's lost for word. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student's friend's turn. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Okay, I have photos.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
No, I can prove it though.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Zato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event, and not before. Okay, it's not on this one, but it is on this one.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras? Again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Get his ass for you, defend best girl. He will.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Die, bitch. Order. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Didn't you say something about this earlier, Van Zieks?
Yes. That's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, can't wave his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Help, I'm in a level design Zoom class right now and we have to have a serious discussion about the game design of Among Us. Kinda sus. That sounds poggers, I hope you're having fun.
Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hallie always says.
Will! Hey! Yeah, I said I was gonna finish this case, I'm gonna finish this case. The kudo is really good at Josh, who is on the same time zone, and yet still awake also.
One layer begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
College has a way of making nothing fun somehow. My condolences. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Oh yeah, cheeky, of course! I forgot that you're, like, Sydney time zone. Thank you so much for staying up. You are so poggers. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense?
What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony... Oh, so I'm not poggers for staying up? Will, you're literally British. You are everything we are fighting in this game right now. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's almost noon here, which means you must be crackling the early morning hours. It is 3:30, it's fine. Granted, my usual sleep times these days have been 4 AM. Yeah, I get it. It's like that sometimes. Reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
Come on, Van Zieks, give it up! This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Zex is just flirting, don't worry. Ah, noted. I'm like 4 hours past when I usually fall asleep. Yeah, I'm 2 or 3 hours past. Josh, for real, beloved. I am reaching out. You are so poggers. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, it would be the peephole, right? Unless the bloodstains on the coat, he shouldn't have known anything about that. In fact, he shouldn't have known anything about that. Yeah. I'm here to support the homies and because I am addicted to cute lawyer video game. Ace Attorney is good, right? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Sit the fuck down, Graydon. I've got some questions for you, and you're going to jail. Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. Back to work now, though, for me. Hope the trial goes well. Things will. We have got this shit on lock. We are, like, surely less than 20 minutes out. I hope work goes well. Have a good day. Have a poggers day. I'm converting my friend and his friends in my Discord having a group voice acting session while he plays. That's so fun. Aww. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. Hydrate? Yes, sir. Thank you for the redeem. Nearly finished my third bottle of water for the night. The fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. The defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. No. No! Not Gregson. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. No. Who was the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? This is what they were negotiating about. This is what they were... No! No! I don't quite see how this fits into just doing his job. I've been willing to overlook a lot because I really like Gregson. What? What? It has to be him, right? Like, that. It wouldn't be anyone else. It wouldn't have been these two. They were gone beforehand. It wouldn't have been Zeeks. It probably wasn't Strongheart. Oh, that's Graydon. It wouldn't have been Gina. Obviously it wasn't the dead guy, and it wasn't any of these people. It was Gregson.
Take that!
I really trusted him. The truth is, It can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
We better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is the bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away the details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in the case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... First time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. But they did! We saw them! Ooh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilder's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. Ryu has the memory of a gnat, poor boy. We literally saw them! Unbelievable. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making this all up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, he was still just doing his job. He was exchanging it for information about the bigger crime, right? Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The disc. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's, like... Well, Greg, listen. Not a big fan of you being willing to do this. I understand that it was for what you considered the greater good. Okay. I don't feel quite as betrayed anymore. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Lottie! Why he shake the fries? Well, it turns out that our beloved detective was maybe conspiring to help someone perjure themselves to get away with it. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. He likes his fries with a shake? Shake rat instead? You should have been here earlier, we did that as well. I don't do that. But the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. It would be the second disc, right? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It's gotta be the music box disc, right? He would have asked for the other one. It's gotta be this.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeder Nora could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. Special music box, designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh my god, he's infinite... No, they're still there, never mind. He threw all of the fries over his shoulder and he's still got infinite fries. A middle-aged Englishman with infinite fish and chips. Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't! Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. The right guy is blushing, Uwu? Yeah! He got flustered looks. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. Why is Van Deeks a thought? That's just prosecutor syndrome. You can't become a prosecutor without being a little bit foddy. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men.
Objection!
What now? If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Is Inspector Gregson a Scotland Yard detective? What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? Also, thank you, Josh, for being quick on the draw with the thought permissions. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? Me in his case, I'm so shook for no reason.
Yeah, he's baby. He's surprised by everything.
Yes!
He has the second disc actually on his person. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregby hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Posture's good. I hope everyone else has good posture. I will drink water. Oh, good.
Thank you, Cheeky.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Oof. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. My judicial assistant already committed perjury. Again, what's a little more treason? Simply do not be wrong. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Yeah, good. Problem solved. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Van Zeke's points like a major fruit. I like him. Everything he does, just so fruity. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? I don't think he would let us search him if he had it. He could have passed it on to someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. Got nothing to hide. I did select the right one, right? Okay, I chose search someone. Okay. Very well then. I'm like, is Ryu just being dramatic or?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I missed the line. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the mean of all this, eh? Busted at last, have you, sunshine? He's mad about this, which makes me think it's definitely the right path. The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Who was that?
Iris! Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith.
Why did he bring a sword to the court? You brought liars to a knife fight, pal? The... Onesies has a sword too, it's just a lawyer thing? Okay, we'll go with that. The sword has significant sentimental value to him. It's from the lore from the start of the game, but... yeah, it's just a lawyer thing.
Because that's the British way. The British way.
And Iris has a gun? Oh, yeah, that's fine. She's 10, don't worry about it. 10-year-olds are allowed guns any day of the week. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. Iris also has a rocket launcher too? Yeah, it's fine.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. He was shaking him!
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? So, Graydon had it, and then Graydon passed it on to Tobias, to Gregson. Gregson decided to pass it on again because he knew that it wouldn't be safe with him. He wouldn't have passed it back to Graydon because he's too obvious. And we saw Gregson shaking Nash. Nash, who was standing right next to him. It's gotta be him.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Eh? Me? Ian?
Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. I'm gonna miss the Skulkin brothers. Me too! They were so fun. Why are they blushing? That is just their faces. He is for real so done for. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Did nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I know nothing about it, nothing. He said, don't touch me, we're in a panoramic. This game has an amazing way of giving you witnesses that you think are going to be annoying, but you end up loving them. Yeah, the characters are all so well written. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ugh. Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! And you just... Gordon Flameit Bennett! Swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Head pats! Thank you! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Like in the other AA game, you'd want to strangle those two alive after the trial, but in this one you want to pat them on the head like this? Yeah! Yeah. Oh my god, some of the entertaining witnesses make me so angry. I think about Red White, I get mad. He shakes fires and witnesses. Hell yeah, he does. Yeah, you didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. He held it right down my ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it. You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. Why that stance on me on a skate kinda? I know, right? Who gave him the right? It would appear, my lord, the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him? Slipped the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective?
All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Come on, Gregson. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I have done, it's been in the name of justice. I believe that you believe that. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. In justice we trust. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathise with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in her eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors, they're going to believe Gregson. They declare the decision now. Is Jeannie going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Okay. What on earth have I got here? Okay. It's not gonna be the armband. I don't know if the pawnbroker's tickets help, or Gina's representation papers. Or the blood sample portfolio. I feel like we're missing a lot of information on this. This hasn't been solved at all. Okay, anyway. Nothing in here. They could see facts and be like, my heart says no. Yeah, the jury sucks, to be honest. I don't think this counts for this. It's not gonna be the autopsy report or the crime scene photograph. I don't know. I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this.
I'm an empath. I feel he's sincere.
For real, that's what the jury is like, except they're talking to the murderer. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? I'm really drawn to the music box right now. I feel like this can't be evidence about like the nitty-gritty of the case, right? We've tried absolutely everything against Graydon, and he just keeps wiggling out of it. I feel like we've established exactly how we think that the murder went down. So no more evidence is going to prove it, when he's already said that he's lied and he's refused to explain. That's a dead end. So it must be Gregson. If it's Gregson, we need to prove that he made the deal. So we need information. What the hell is up with Iris' story manuscript? How did we not get any more info on that? Why doesn't Cholmes want... Anyway, okay, not the problem right now. Unless it... No, not the problem right now. We'll sort that out after the case. Music box disc, maybe even the music book. Alright. I think we target Inspector Gregson. Any blood samples? No. I don't think those quite relate, unfortunately. I would very much like them to. The blonde seems hurt, I don't know. Yeah? Do you think? Yeah. We've been through the blood samples. I feel like we've presented all of the evidence that we have in regards to the case, so... I mean, everyone knows everything. There's nothing more to bring up. Alright. Inspector Gregson. There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly. Well, go on. Target Gregson's infinite fries getting charged for witchcraft? Yes, sir. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I feel like if we present this, it's like we're threatening to play them, right? And he won't let us play them. He'd rather admit to it. Unless it is the... One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit that to the deal that he clearly struck with Graydon. It's gotta be this. This is how we break him, right? We don't have evidence that can prove it. We've just gotta threaten. And we would drag him kicking and screaming into the truth.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel.
Hold it!
No! Wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed. The sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. You let that secret information out into the public domain. You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaves confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeke, for Pete's sake. Stop him.
Objection!
Leg! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. It's like, is this still a Susato? For real. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winderbank. You! Traitor! Don't hurt him. Don't you dare hurt him. Hey! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Gregson's okay, right? I know he fucked us over there, but, like, he's a good guy, and he's okay, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, sorry if it's only out of chat for a bit at the end there. It felt like a moment. I didn't want to interrupt it. But yeah, let's just pray no one here has a bomb-ass memory and remembered the first half of that Morse code. Yeah, wait until the inspector is already possibly dead to restrain him. Unbelievable. That's it then. It's all over. Wait, can I get the verdict though? RIP Sholmes and Gregson. This case took both my fathers from me. F's in chat. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me.
Hydrate! Thank you, Godzilla, I will drink up.
Wait, what happened to Sholmes? Oh, Lottie. He was shot. Yeah, Lottie, this case has been rough. So, okay. Herlock was shot, and then taken to hospital, and then we heard that the anesthetic wasn't working, and then we heard that the anesthetic worked too well and he wasn't waking up, and then we were talking to a doctor who was one of the jurors, and he was like, oh my god, did I leave the scalpel in the last patient I operated on? But then we worked out that the patient that he operated on was Holmes. But then, at the last possible minute, Holmes came into the courtroom dressed as the bailiff and was like, Ryu, I have key information for you. Here is the crucial piece of evidence you need. And then he passed out. So, we'll see how he is. He's napping right now, apparently. They put him on a couch somewhere else in the Old Bailey. Don't scare you like that? Imagine how I was playing through it. It's been... Buddy, Holmes was shot last time we played. And then 7 hours into tonight's stream, he finally showed up again. Hell. Hell on earth. So I set about studying to better myself, one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? I'm so sad I missed last stream. Yeah, it would have been great to have you there. I mean, the VOD's up, but it's not the same, is it? Sholmes is dramatic already, that's just the norm. Yeah. Oh, also, we found out that he wasn't, the bullet didn't even... At first it seemed like the bullet had fully... At first it seemed like the bullet was lodged in him, and then it seemed briefly like the bullet had gone all the way through him and come out the other side, but then we found out that the bullet never hit him at all. It hit one of the little files that he carries on his side, and that exploded and caused the injury. But the brief moment where I thought that the bullet had gone already through, that was scary. That was real scary. I watched the VOD while I walked to the grocery store and back. Aww. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with acquired talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There were two, actually. Man's had a family reunion and then turned around like, anyway, murder. Yeah. Mason, I never knew you, but I would die for you. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. We were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. But why was it that on that omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. It's like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Is his dad dead? Yeah, his dad was the victim in the murder trial from case 3, unfortunately. The defendant in that trial was McGilded, who we got acquitted, but it turns out that we did that with false evidence. I guess, fortunately, McGilded turned up dead a few hours later, and that was 2 months ago, almost precisely. So this is the conclusion to that trial, in a sense. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. Well, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. Our trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. Thank you, Queen! My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, but I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. Pray replenish his hallowed chalice. The
If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. There's only gonna be 20 minutes, huh? Shut up! It's been an hour. We've nearly got our verdict. We're so close. I will. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? Sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, they must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Did he just admit to another murder? Absolutely he did. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter. Hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. I mean, if he's going down for one, he might as well go down for two. Well, yeah, he's also going down for treason, which is a capital offense, so he's gonna be hanged anyway. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Mans won't admit to the disc thing, but throws around murder confessions like flowers. Hanged? Yeah! We're in the 19th, the 18th, we're in 1899. They don't have, like, morals. Death penalty is very real. That's why the stakes are so high. It's like, well, we have to get our client acquitted because otherwise she'll die. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. How very Herlock of him to say. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGildred's pawns, but he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some enquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGildred's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we had picked up on the fact that McGildred was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast. Thank God. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into that place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I had located the music box I'd sold to McGildred on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Oh boy! Earlier, you called McGildred a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGildred. Yes, I think I have. Wow. Okay, but hear me out, he's hot. That point. Wow, Van Deek's coming through. I did not No, that's a lie. I was gonna say I didn't expect to like Van Zieks this much, but I saw him and he looked like a vampire, and I was like, okay, well, I have to love him. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. You're telling me, Judge? It's 4:32 a.m. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, ward of Mr. Ashley Grader. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Aussie D-Gen hours. For real. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Timmy! Of course you're around for deranged, unhinged hours. How you doing? Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm a Felix. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. Really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. I thought they were saying the blonde guy wasn't guilty. God, no, thank God.
They were talking about the defendant, Miss Gina. What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilder's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilder's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box discs contain a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. I mean, she also repeatedly admits to pickpocketing, but don't worry about it. Yes, but also to be fair, pickpocketing is not quite on the same scale as, like, perjury.
I never done nothing.
Quite so, my lord. Prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. For demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... Who was it? Oh, the juror. Okay. Drinking in court? Definitely British. Don't worry, Will. He normally doesn't drink it. He just throws the glass away. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Oh my god. What? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? Why is Ryunosuke giving Daichi vibes? Or maybe Hirozumi? It's the short dark hair. I think he's closer to Daichi. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Oh, it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. I'll never forgive Oikawa for murdering Daichi in cold blood. I will, he's hot. Yeah, I will too. Oikawa's hot. I would be a terrible juror, but you're a great sim. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Bestie, you're British. Give us the tea, please. Please reveal government secrets or I'll be sad. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Success! It only took 9 hours! Plus the additional, 7 hours that we put in earlier. We did it! Is there a way to fail miserably and have them guilty? I actually don't know. You get 5 strikes. So if you fuck up 5 times, then everything goes poorly. But I'm not sure exactly what that looks like because I'm scared of failure and I've never done it. Yeah, never mind the whole ending sequence. That is all. Court is adjourned. I want the closure of the ending sequence now. I don't want to stop it and wait for another stream, but also 4:41 a.m. The ending sequence will probably be what? Half an hour? And then we've got the bonus content. I said I'd finish it today, I finish it today. That is all. Court is adjourned. I would love to leave it here for this stream, Josh. You should go to sleep. You should get some rest. But I need the closure. I need to see Holmes again. Like Van Ziek said, what's more time? I'm staying until the end? I can't put you through this, Josh. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the crimes of the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Everyone is quite deranged on this fine day. Yeah. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Hello? Sorry. Okay, moving on. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Huh? Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Huh? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Ghost Maisie! Hi! Welcome! Thank you for following us. Delighted to be joined by you. Yeah, backstory? What? Thought law? What happened exactly? Hi! How are you today? Locking swords and eyes. Ooh. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. No! No, I won't wait! I want to know now! We're about to find out my one's face is so fucking bitter! Looking swords, eyes, and through lip. I can't believe they would dangle this in front of us and then take it away. This is so cruel. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Good, been watching all morning actually, but just made a Twitch account to say congrats on making it 9 hours? Oh my god! Thank you so much! But yeah, it's been a stretch. Thank you so much for stopping by to chat then. That's so poggers. Alright then, keep your secret. For real. That was so cruel. He's gonna pull that Star Wars trick and be his father? Oh my god. Alright. Stretch! Yes, Let me stretch my little PFP as well. No! There we go. Alright. Okay. Alright. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Thank you, Queen! He's so intense, I can't believe he's not gonna tell us. This man brings a 12-pack of goblets to every court session. I think it's been well more than 12, like, to be completely honest. Not even exaggerating. Alright, 17th of April, 5:24 PM. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara-Otto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Someone I watched Capitalia of all the glass smashes, wine eats and leggies in a trial. I wonder what the outcome was. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone, and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. I'm crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. You're going bad chicken! You better go get that. Oh my god. You got distracted by Van Zeep's leggy. I mean, sometimes trust in someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who have we got? Oh. Hello? Hi? Hello? Hello? Hi? 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 Sorry. I don't know what just happened to me. What the juice does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Sholmes! Ah, yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I hate that Shams is such a mood. You didn't give him attention and how he's withering. He's a thirsty little himbo. You have to water him. You have to use your love. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. How is he still standing? The power of dumbass. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend? Aww. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. The air in his head is holding him up. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but... well, have a feel! So...
Would you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why so half-hearted? Did he just ask us to cop a feel? He did, Josh. I had to move on quickly lest I say something that would get me banned from Twitch. Asking to remove his hands from his neck? I would never. Honestly.
It's the bloodlust.
Well, naturally it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog-trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. You know he didn't kill McGilded.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of these world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi! Just give a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are! Hurley! How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made out of balls of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these adults didn't notice my presence at all. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Get owned! I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Owned by a 10-year-old? That's just his day-to-day life. Shom's obliterated by a 10-year-old.
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog-trotter's stuff, what was in the lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence.
But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Hold on a minute, guys! Hold on a minute! Wait a minute. Okay, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm fine. That one got me real good. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. I'm not fine. Yeah, that was so cute! Gina Lestrade, my beloved. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot! I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Wait, what happened? Why, Gina said thank you, and then she started crying, and she smiled at us. She took off her hat, and she looked up at us, and she gave us a big smile, and a couple of tears fell down her cheeks, so she said thank you so much. Beloved. Oh no, silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news, or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Harley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Wow, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Good news is that Judah Van Zeke's the Chalice Doctor rising again. He said if I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait. Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Oh my god, we get to see Susato again. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we should be there in time for dinner.
And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! He called him great! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria!
Shams is so sweet. Absolute beloved. 18th April, 5:32 AM. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something. 5:32 AM is about accurate for you.
Hold it!
5:03 AM. Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law. You, Suzaru-san. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Suzaru?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact.
What I did is utterly unforgivable. I can drive all the way fucking home and you're still here. Hi Will, how was work today? Did you have a good time? I'm gonna have to flip the switch, young lady. No, for real, for realsies this time we are actually genuinely severely almost finished. We're getting closure. It's really important. We beat the case. We just need to finish it up.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Shams had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Mr. Shams! Mr. Shams! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think... That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
guess. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapper net to make the peephole in the door. As captioned in photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimonies to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? As from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone. Not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong.
A criminal offense, even.
That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. And Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did.
Raiden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
I mean, who hasn't committed a little crime now and then here, right?
I think everyone's got a little smudge on their record.
Yes, exactly.
Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
The revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. Telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on that disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-type problem, I assure you. A. S. What?! Holy shit. Sorry. Sorry if that was loud. That, like, scared me. I nearly fell out of my chair. Oh my god, that brought tears to my eyes. Why? Why on earth are international communications spelling out Asogi? What? Oh my god, Lottie, sorry, do you remember? Okay, the sword, the armband, those are remnants from Kazuma Asogi, who was our best friend in Japan and is the reason that we came to Britain to be a lawyer. It was supposed to be him, but we took his place after he died. He is like the driving force for the whole, you know, like, everything we've done for Kazuma to make Kazuma proud of us. So why are they spelling out his name? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. Me and my underchins are shook. Holy shit!
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
Suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added some Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Zato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code.
But the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T Greguson. Well, that would be Tobias, right? Tobias Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh my god. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean... Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names it reads, if I translate from Japanese. That is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Eris. It's gotta be a hit list or something? Well, I mean, that was my first thought, but then why would a hit list be international communications? What the fuck is going on? I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan there. Where'd Susie and Bruno come from? No. It's not very likely, really, is it? Also, Kazuma was killed by a ballerina, not a hitman? Well... I mean, like, the thing about Kazuma's death, right, is that it was this whole... Like, it was just a tragedy, you know? It was thing after thing that shouldn't have happened. This convergence of coincidence that resulted in something so sad. Makes me wonder if maybe there was more to it. I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. I am walking inside as we speak. I have to know. Ship! Susato, your ship! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo! Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript? Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Good, so we're not done unraveling that. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Barrier, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Shams? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? The violin? That took me out, Queen. Oh my fucking god. It's so cute! I can't believe he brought it with him.
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
Really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato,
You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Just a little more crimes had to reuse plate.
Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Say the line, Ryu! Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. I am afraid I will not be joining him for this, as it is 5:30 AM and I have neighbours. So I will turn up the volume, and we can enjoy him together.
Oh yeah, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say,
Objection!
we did it! Success! my god, yay! Thank you guys so much for tagging along with- oh my god, best. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. It only took 16 hours! And we finished the first game, so now we've got an entire another game to play.
Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hallie usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
And we've still got the bonus content from this game, but we will not be touching that tonight. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Iron Noser knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar?
Is it over? Well, the first game's over. We've got the second one too.
I really liked the Japanese judge, he was cool. I have not stayed awake this long in a few years. Yeah, this is late. Thank you so much for staying up with me. Oh my god, I missed the line. Hosonaga! But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give one guy's offspring refuge in my pocket. Then bring some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. Not fair! I forgot about Hosonaga. I miss him.
In speed of pleasure, Celeste, you've got me addicted to funky lawyer boys.
Fog. Scientific and... Nope, I lost it. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison.
Wait, your name is Celeste? Yeah! Most people call me Cotton, but the people who know me from, like, real life know me as Celeste. And I don't... Yeah. Hi. I'm Cotton, I'm Celeste, I'm Peach, I'm whatever you want to call me.
Bestie, how does it feel to be living my dream? Sorry, Gregson, I'm skipping your lines. I can't do this. I'm too tired. I can't keep up on a timer.
I wish I had a pretty name like that. Lottie's cute. To be fair, I should call her Cotton, but she hasn't yelled at me yet. I wouldn't yell at you. You can call me Celeste. That's how you know me. I employed Cotton as like a online pseudonym because I was having a lot of trouble separating my like personal spheres and my art spheres at that point in time. So I was like, okay, well, I'll give myself a different name for online, but it's not like I have any negative associations with the Celeste. It just works out that people who know me in real life or people who know me through my real life friends know me as Celeste, and people who know me online know me as Cotton. It's not my name though. It's cute though, and you can pick your name. My IRL name is from an ethnicity that I am not, and that's not a great feel. That must be frustrating. But I go by L! Oh my god, I'm learning names. Oh my god, these two. Couple. To be fair, most people have Hebrew names. True. Aww. I'm proud of these guys. Giving me Felix and Peppa vibes. Cute. Oh, Iris has been coming to visit Gina. Cute. This is so cute. Why was it Asogi's name?
What the fuck? What the absolute fuck? Bitch, 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 bitch. That being said, it is 5 AM and I'm going to pass out. Good night. I look forward to more lawyering. Josh, you are so strong. Sleep well. Have really good dreams. I hope you have plenty of time to sleep tomorrow. Good night. Thank you so much for hanging out. The music kind of bops. He's all alone now. I mean, he's got Sholmes and he's got Iris, but Susato's gone. He's gonna sit in his office all alone. You better. I miss you so much. You never did find out what Kazuma wanted to bring you with him for, so exactly. Like, what? Oh my gosh. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We didn't find out why John Wilson died. Why he was there in the first place. No! Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. Oh my god, that's so cute! The plot twist left us speechless, honestly. No, you can't do this to me right now. Never find out Wilson's killer's motive either. Yeah, like... Okay, yeah, there's like the Hound of the Baskervilles, etc, etc. Why haven't those been answered? But there's also so much that needs answering that we did not get answered. But I have complete faith will be answered in the next game. Lots of loose ends. I'm excited to see how they wrap up. This is so unbelievably cute. My sweetie and I had like a whole conspiracy board at this point. That's so fun. I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. I'm more of like a play through everything as fast as I can so that I have no questions left instead of figuring it out and then I analyze it afterwards. But because we're doing a streaming format for this one and I've got to wait till I can stream, I think there will be... My partner was Farrell wondering who A Shin is. Who the fuck is A Shin? I love this walking bit, cries. It's so cute. Pretty, really quite miserable about the way that Kazuma left when he... it's fine. Coping, coping, coping. No thoughts, only experiencing. At least he's got Susato by his side now, right? A Shin. Okay, so it was Kazuma, John Wilson, Tobias Gregson. Oh, he has a Soki by his side too. The sword? A refined little walk, she's so Magilded. I I did actually like him. I thought he was a fun character. Shams! 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 Beloved. Yes! We need Iris too. What on earth do Kazuma, Gregson, and Wilson have in common? Involvement with the law? Wilson was a doctor of medicine. His only involvement in law was, like, through the fact that he was Herlock's partner and Herlock's a detective. Why did someone kill Wilson? Who the hell is A Shin? I did the worst Irish accent for him and I'm so glad to wash my hands, but when he dies I was so mad when they kept flashing back to who killed him in the last case because they didn't want to do the voice again. Aww. I'm not brave enough for accents. I would like to be. Maybe I'll work on them privately. What's the deal with the betrayal Van Zeeks went through? Oh yeah! Oh my god! The Kazuma of it all knocked that out of my head. What's the deal with the betrayal Van Zeeks went through? Oh. I have a hunch. Asian. I have a hunch, but it's based on the only bit of, like, potential spoilers that I know. So I don't want to share it with everyone, in case I'm right. And then it spoils it for the people who aren't familiar. But I see a lot of art of a certain pair of characters. So I have a feeling that maybe the betrayal is tied up in one of those characters. Since I follow that artist. Beloved! Yeah, they're the coolest. Oh my god, wait! No, this is so pretty! Okay. We did it! Okay. Next time we will go through the bonus content, we will start the next game. Oh my god, we will hopefully get answers to all of these questions. Ooh, boy. I idly looked for someone to raid while the credits were going, but I didn't immediately find anyone and I'm too tired to look harder, so... Hi, Ronnie! No, I'm saying goodnight. We're just gonna wrap up here. 10-hour stream? Yeah, maybe I should wait 4 more minutes so it's formally 10 hours. I don't think so. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me. Some of you have actually been here for the full 10 hours. That's bonkers. I am so grateful you've hung out with me. You held my hand when I was scared. Okay. I hope everyone has a really good rest of their day. Everyone who shouldn't be awake right now goes to sleep. And, like, seriously, thank you guys so much for experiencing this with me. Getting to stream and play Ace Attorney at the same time is so cool. Like, I don't know, it's the communal experience, it's the getting to play it with people who are experiencing it for the first time and people who know exactly what's gonna happen. I'm honestly having the best time. I got to ignore my whole class. Alright. It was bomb and I love your narration. I'm glad! Okay. Thank you so much for all the good vibes tonight, guys. I had so much fun, even though I'm so sleepy. Good night! I love you! Goodbye!